Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call to order the February 6, 2024 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Good morning, Chair Lavanino. My apologies, but if you wouldn't mind restating the convening of the meeting, we were on mute at the moment.
Oh, man. All right, second chance. Second take. Hold on. Let me get this right. Cue. Go. Good morning. I'd like to call to order the February 6, 2024 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, may I get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Hartman?
Here.
Supervisor Nelson?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Supervisor Capps?
Here.
And Chair Lavanino.
I'm here. So at this time, could you please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag? Ready? Begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item is of business is the approval of minutes from the January 23rd, 2024 meeting. Can I get a motion?
Move approval?
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Hartman, seconded by Nelson. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any
And-
opposed?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, just a friendly reminder, if the makers of the motion and the second can please use their tablets. Great. Thank
High
you.
tech. Here we go.
Fabulous. Thank you very much.
You got to train us, This is good. Yes, throw little treats. Okay, next up is, Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, yes, I do have a few announcements this morning. We posted an addendum to the agenda to withdraw administrative item number 2 from the agenda. Administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and is a resolution in support of Amhara people of Ethiopia. This withdrawal can be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. Additionally, we received a correction memo from the Human Resources Department regarding administrative item number 13. Administrative item number 13 is regarding Social Employees International Union, Local 620 Equity. The effective date in recommendation A should be corrected to reflect February 5th, 2024, and not February 6th, 2024, as previously published. This correction can also be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. Additionally, we received a request from the department to continue departmental item number 1 to the March 19th, 2024 meeting. Departmental item number 1 is from the Public Works Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding reports on pavement impact studies related to utility cuts, heavy vehicles, refuse collection trucks, mass transit, bus, fire trucks, and construction vehicles, and consider options for pavement impact mitigation. Again, we received a request from the department to continue this item to the March 19th, 2024 meeting. And may I suggest to the board that we wait to take this continuance request up until we get to our departmental agenda, should any requests to speak on the continuance are received from the public. Additionally, we posted an ex-agenda item request on Monday, February 5th, 2024. This ex-agenda request is from the County Executive Office, and it is regarding a ratification of proclamation of local emergency caused by the February 2024 storm. The emergency proclamation was posted on the administration building bulletin boards by the clerk of the board on Monday, February 5th at 7:45 a.m. And the ex-agenda request was added to today's agenda and distributed to the board and the public on Monday, February 5th at 3:53 p.m. On Sunday, February 5th, 2024 at 7:45 p.m., County Executive Officer Mona Miyasato declared a local emergency for the storm event as the Director of Emergency Services. Staff prepared an item for your consideration, which includes a request to ratify the local emergency, as well as to provide an update on the storm impacts. Since there is a need to take immediate action, and that need for action came to the attention of your board subsequent to the agenda being on February 1st, 2024, your board will need to vote to hear this item pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2. Once the board has determined this item should be included on today's agenda, we can add this item to the balance of the administrative agenda. And lastly, for the Board of Supervisors, methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements today, and if we could just return to accepting the X agenda item onto today's agenda.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so let's do this electronically. Let's see. We're waiting for it to pop up. Okay, well, let's do it for the public too. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay. So the next item of business will be our county executive officers report. Mona?
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and board members. This morning, we are just going to give you a quick update on the storm. As you know, we have been working in the EOC and out in the field on the impacts of the storm really since Thursday and Friday in preparation. And today we have Under Sheriff Bonner on Zoom, Chief Hartwig, Chris Nedden and Walter Rubalcava from Public Works, Kirk Lagerquist from General Services, and Kelly Hubbard from the Office of Emergency Management. And I first want to say thank you to all our staff and all the staff from the cities who helped in this effort. We're a strong county because we have such great collaboration among our staff and with our partners. And so with that is Under Sheriff Bonner will begin the presentation on Zoom.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and Supervisors. In collaboration with our multidisciplinary partners within the Storm Risk Decision Team, we heeded the warnings from the National Weather Service, which called for 4 to 6 inches of rain across Santa Barbara County and 8 to 12 inches of rain across the mountains above South County, amounts that were likely to have significant life safety dangers. As such, we called for evacuation warnings that were subsequently turned into evacuation orders shortly prior to the storm coming ashore. Sheriff's deputies, search and rescue, and Santa Barbara PD officers went door to door providing notifications within the areas impacted by the evacuation orders. A total of 506 properties were within the evacuation order areas, 428 of which were within the unincorporated areas, and 78 were within the city of Santa Barbara. The evacuation orders went into effect at 2 p.m. on Saturday, and during the ensuing 36 hours, our county experienced widespread moderate issues associated with the rainfall, including localized flooding, downed trees, and power lines, all of which affected traffic safety and caused power outages. However, quite frankly, fortunately, we did not experience the loss of life or serious injury specifically associated with the storm. We were prepared for the worst, which fortunately for our communities shifted 100 miles south and spared us from the significant life safety impacts that we saw in Los Angeles and Orange County. The evacuation orders were lifted at noon on Monday, just as soon as our multidisciplinary team and their crews were able to confirm that the evacuated areas were safe to repopulate. And that is the end of my report, and I believe Fire Chief Hartwig will be sharing some additional information with you.
Well, quick comments related to the fire district response and the Type 3 incident management team. We activated the Type 3 incident management team countywide team. It was activated for 48 hours. And we also applied with Cal OES for pre-positioning funding for resources to be staged throughout the county, north, central, and south, projecting that with this storm we would be isolated in some manner. We, as Chief Bonner said, I think we skated, or Under Sheriff Bonner, we skated on this, and a lot of that is due to the public's heeding of the warning. Just a couple quick stats for you. We had one air rescue right before the storm out on the islands. It was a rescue of a sick hiker with the air support unit. a couple of requests for an airship for traffic collisions that we were unable to fill because of the weather, and they were transported by ground. It was I don't have any information on the outcome of that patient. It was up off of 154. In a 48-hour period, we ran just county fire 254 calls, public assist, and flooded conditions, and 82 in a 24-hour period were for lines down and public assist. And I think one of the things we don't talk a lot about is live wires down, and a lot of them in this storm because of the winds, and no serious injury or loss of life.
Hey, good morning. Chris Nedden with Public Works on the Public Works infrastructure. So similar theme for us. The short version is there's a lot of minor damage and some desilting work to do, but we don't have major damage or long-term damage at this time that's been reported. Working north to south, the Santa Maria River did have flow in it. It performed exactly as we hoped it would, and those flows have subsided. As was mentioned, there was a lot of wind in the north and central counties, so we had a lot of trees and power lines that were down. That should all be, from a roads perspective, all that work should be cleaned up and dealt with by the end of the day. Halama Road is currently closed. They're doing some additional cleanup work up there today, but it should be open by the end of the day today. San Ynez River, the Bureau proactively began releasing water last weekend, and they're monitoring to match the releases to the inflows, but those are subsiding, and it's expected that Kachuma will be full over the next couple weeks as well. In the South Coast, there was some localized flooding, as was mentioned. We're working on some repairs at Cienegita's Creek to a piece of channel lining that needed repair. And we're desilting Atascadero Creek at Ward Drive. So we're communicating with the city of Goleta and UCSB about beach nourishment once that material is dried out enough to move. And then the South Coast basins have various levels of fullness. They still have a lot of capacity left in them, but we're waiting for the waters to recede to get a specific number on how much material we're going to clear and which basins we're going to be clearing. And we'll have that information over the next week or so. So overall, the current estimated cost for response, damage, desilting, and repairs is about $5 million. We'll be refining that number as we get more assessments, as the water levels recede, and we get more information about what needs to be done. But we also really appreciate the proclamation, because that allows us to expedite the work that we need to do to get everything back in order. So thank you.
Good morning, Kirk Lardiquist, General Services. From a county facilities perspective, we actually fared quite well. We took a lot of lessons learned from the December 21st rain event, and our facilities maintenance team was out in full force last week, preparing and making sure that drain lines were cleared and drain spouts were away from the buildings. And the only major thing we saw over the weekend was the sunken garden at the courthouse. The pump circuit breaker tripped. We were able to get that back online, and we had some auxiliary pumps. So otherwise, just some minor flooding here and there, but nothing overly damaging. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Just a couple comments to close this out. One, I want to recognize State Department of Water Resources Flood Fight Division. They really stepped up when I called and asked for resources for the Guadalupe area, and we now have a pre-stage container of materials should we have any issues with the lower Santa Maria River in that area in the future. So those materials are there and ready, and they really were a great responsive partner. I also want to thank all of our staff in our departments who came out and worked. I know it's hard to bring in staff on weekends and in bad weather, and they were responsive and supportive. We had many agencies who were responsive and supportive. National Weather Service flew someone down to be in our office. We had Caltrans was there, very helpful to have them right there in person. And so it was a great response and well coordinated from all of our partners. Couple considerations for our community and those here in the room. We do still have a flood watch in South County until 4 p.m. today, and so just be cognizant that we may still have some showers and rain coming through. We have a winter weather advisory in our interior mountains as well, so just some of our interior areas may have some extreme cold, even snow in those upper mountain areas, and in Cuyama may have some cold times in the next day or so. We are working on initial damage estimates from all of our community and agencies. So we're collecting information on how much damage is not just from our public works and our own facilities, but from all of the agencies in the county. And then we are asking our community that if they have damages to report those at Ready SBC. There's a link there. We really need to collect that information so that if we can try to appeal for any state or federal assistance for our community members. So far, we have about 35 reports from the community on damages. We know there's a little bit more than that, but it's not quite enough at this point to meet the threshold to request for any federal assistance for our community members. We are putting up a recovery information page today. There's, I think, already some information published, but at Ready SBC, there'll be recovery information for our community on what resources are available. We'll be reaching out to our nonprofit partners about what might be available for our community members who may need assistance. And I think with that, that's all I have this morning, unless there's questions.
Thank you, Kelly. Any questions, board members?
Yes, just, a question on one of the previous stats. So the storm 13 months ago, I seem to remember, just between the city of Santa Barbara and the county, we had over 400 calls for service. And I don't know if I heard the chief say that we only had 82 in this incident. And you do credit a significant part of that as people staying off the roads, and et cetera.
How's that?
Good.
Supervisor,
It's late.
through the chair. We had, in a 124-hour period, 82 just for lines down and public assist. We had relatively few rescues, and that just means that there were a lot fewer people on the road. And so we do credit that to people who took seriously, as Under Sheriff Bonner says. Yeah, and it is a little misleading because you can double that typically countywide. So county fire is about half the call volume. Yeah.
Thanks, that helps me.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair Lavanino. My question is for the Sheriff's Department. I've got a lot of feedback from constituents in North County about the closing of schools and what came into that decision-making process and to make that recommendation. I know a lot of our school districts felt between a rock and a hard place on whether they should close once the sheriff made their recommendation, and it turned out to be a bright, shiny day at those times when it would have been school hours on Monday. So just curious on what went into that and how we might look into that in the future. In the Santa Maria Valley alone, there's over 1 million instructional minutes lost and hundreds of thousands of dollars of lost wages for parents who had to stay home instead of going to work to take care of their kids. So it does have significant impact. So I want to know a little bit more about what went into that decision-making process.
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So that decision was not taken lightly. Ultimately, Sheriff Brown had a direct conversation with Superintendent Salcedo discussing what appeared to be coming our way, i.e. those higher rain amounts that were, quite frankly, double what we ultimately ended up with, and the significant life safety issues that would occur if people were out on the roadways moving around, if we in fact received what we were supposed to receive. And again, the only thing we need to look toward is what has happened in Los Angeles County and Orange County to understand what we were supposed to receive. And it was only after that discussion with Sheriff Brown and Superintendent Salcedo that they decided it was prudent to push that information out to the individual superintendents who ultimately had their own decision as to whether or not they were going to take school out of session. And they did the wise thing and essentially took precautionary measures to ensure our communities were safe and our students were safe. And again, look to Los Angeles County and Orange County to understand what we were supposed to receive. And it truly was the right thing to do.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. Well, what a relief today. I was anticipating, I think we all were, a much different conversation this Tuesday morning. So thank you to all the first responders. The adage, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, is true today because, and I know we're not out of the woods, and that's the nature of my question that's coming. But I just want to also thank the public for really taking the warning from the National Weather Service so incredibly seriously. I was at the sandbag place for a little while of the county, and the line was about 45 minutes long. I talked to a gentleman who had been making the rounds trying to get extra bags from Home Depot because a city site had ran out, and Home Depot apparently donated, and heard another story of other people just bringing them back for their neighbors. Just really a lot of good prevention out there, and people really staying off the road. It was very evident. So that's what we need to do, come together and help each other out like that. My question, I think, is for the chief, because what can we expect now? I know we're not out of the woods, and I'm particularly focused on bluff safety, knowing that I think Shoreline Park, which is in the city, had some trouble already. What can people, especially those of us like myself who are anxious to get back out on the trails, go for a walk near the beach, what should we be worried about in terms of bluff and potentially trees that still could be a danger?
Supervisor, through the chair, if I could, in fact, the Elwood specifically, because of the trees and the bluffs not being inspected very well yet, are closed. And so even if they're not closed, I would say stay away from the bluffs until they're inspected. We are working with some of our county partners to get drones up to make sure we're inspecting the bluffs. And then there are arborists out in some of the areas that lost trees and down trees to check some of those stands that were especially weakened. I would say a combination of both saturation and then the very high winds.
And is there, thank you for that. Is there a time frame when I mean, I know you can't predict, but exactly, but I mean, how heavy are the bluffs? How heavy are the trees? And how long is there an imminent threat to that?
Yeah, I would assume right now there is an imminent threat until it's proven otherwise. So stay away from underneath trees specifically. We, throughout every neighborhood, as we drove around, we could see trees down, some just completely uprooted, not branches falling down. So I would assume that it is unsafe to be walking under trees or around the bluffs until they're inspected and taken care of. And I know Public Works is out with some of the trees in the county areas specifically.
Thank you. And finally, I heard in Isla Vista specifically, there might be drone monitoring to make sure that those bluffs are stable. Is that right?
Yeah, we're working with some of our CSD partners and then our other county partners to make sure, and of course the ASU is up doing some reconnaissance as well, but some of the areas along the drones to make sure we get really good information.
Thank you, Chief. And again, thank you to all the first responders and to all the staff who aren't here in this room. I appreciate all of the work that went in over the weekend.
Great. Supervisor Williams.
And that's all the bluffs, right? That's Summerlin, More Mesa, you know, not just Elwood, correct? And we're talking about trees, whether or not they're close to the bluffs, right? Because we still have saturation all over the county.
I think the 3 deaths I read about, Supervisor, through the chair, is were people who were struck by falling branches or trees. And that was from Northern California to Southern California. So of course we have the flood dangers, but bluff dangers, fall dangers, but we also have that real danger as well.
And I just want to add to my colleague Supervisor Capps' remarks of thanks is the thanks of having sort of the courage for preparation, and I mean both to staff up, to have fiscal courage, to ask for help, to spend money that you don't know whether or not you're going to get reimbursed. That's very difficult to do, right? Because you hope that we'll get reimbursal, and I just want to appreciate that on all of maybe all 4 branches of this response. I really appreciate that.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that in-depth report. Appreciate it. Anything else, CEO Miyasato?
That concludes our report. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So the next item of business are the resolutions to be presented. I'll now entertain a motion to approve those resolutions, which are administrative items numbers 1, 3, 4, and 5.
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Supervisor Hartman, seconded by Supervisor Williams. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? They pass unanimously. Madam Clerk, can we go to administrative item number 1?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Michelle Perez Ibarra of the Probation Department as the February 2024 Employee of the Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Michelle Perez Ibarra and Holly Benton. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Michelle Perez Ibarra exemplifies the county's organizational values of accountability, customer focus, equity and inclusion, innovation, trust, and ethics. And whereas Michelle Perez Ibarra models the transformative behaviors of collaborative problem solving, alignment with the county's vision, risk-taking, data-driven decision-making, and strategic thinking. And whereas Michelle has served the department commendably, is always approachable, undertakes assignments enthusiastically, and provides exceptional customer service as a team member on all projects, big or small. She has played an integral role in the remodel projects at the Juvenile Justice Center. She submits facility work orders upon request and provides status updates to the administrative team. She consistently assists her colleagues. Due to recent staff shortages in the institutions, she jumped in to support the administrative team on numerous additional duties. Michelle supervises 8 AOPs and is always willing to jump in and assist anywhere she is needed, as well as training support staff on the operations of the Juvenile Justice Center's Master Control Room, MCR. She places a high value on the security of the facilities and ensures that training is conducted accurately and is thorough in her instruction. She is the juvenile court liaison and is responsible for the retrieval of minute orders for juvenile case proceedings. And whereas Michelle coordinates reporting requirements for the Board of State Community Corrections, BSCC, and assists in preparing of inspections for the Santa Maria Juvenile Justice Center and the Los Prietos Boys Camp. She has a keen eye for detail and asks questions or points out inconsistencies to ensure the department shines in each inspection. She is responsible for the submission of statistical reports for federal and state reporting, submitting facilities work orders, and other materials for the administrative team. And whereas Michelle is strongly committed to her family and spends much of her non-working hours with her 2 sons, Lawson and Travis, who is actively serving in the United States Air Force. She is also dedicated to helping family and friends whenever a need arises. In her downtime, Michelle enjoys traveling and organizing social events as a board member of the Mexican Ladies Social Club. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes Michelle Perez Ibarra as the Employee of the Month for February 2024, passed and adopted today.
Chair Lavanino and Supervisors, it is my pleasure to introduce Michelle Perez Ibarra to you today. She is, as you heard, currently assigned to our Juvenile Justice Center, and through her daily actions, it's clear she's committed to the success and the well-being of the community she serves and the team she works with. She's a leader who leads by example, encouraging those around her to work as a team, and she promotes collaboration beyond each staff's immediate scope of responsibility. She's currently part of the planning effort for CalAIM, a program which will ensure every youth in the Juvenile Justice Center is provided mental health and other services prior to and after their release. She's been proactive in brainstorming ideas for the successful implementation of this initiative and in conducting research and gathering data for her team. Perhaps most importantly, it has been noted that at busy times in the facility, you will often find her simultaneously performing multiple duties, always with a smile on her face. She finds time to volunteer in her community, giving service to the American Cancer Society, St. Mary's School, and as a St. Joseph's High School alumni, she provides volunteer services to its events. Her optimism, teamwork, and proactive approach to every task presented to her exemplify the county's vision for one county, one future. Congratulations, Michelle.
Thank you to the board. Thank you, Chief Benton, and thank you to the probation executive team and my fellow coworkers. I'm truly honored and I appreciate the recognition. I am blessed to work with the best, and I truly love what I do. So thank you.
All right, takes us to administrative item number 3.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of February 2024 as Black History Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Diane Travis-Teague. And if you can please come to the podium, and I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the 2024 Santa Barbara County theme is Black History, More Than a Month. And whereas we honor Carter G. Woodson, who established Negro History Week in 1926. His intention was to bring to the public's attention two often overlooked important developments by African Americans that merit emphasis, education, and understanding. And whereas the 2024 theme reflects still the need to call attention to these merits, but extend beyond just 29 days this year, and how peoples that identify in the African diaspora in the United States and in Santa Barbara County celebrate their history and culture year-round. And whereas Black history is a thread and connects us all, and locally we are grateful to key figures who helped make our region stronger. Individuals like Horace McMillan, Anita McKay, Valencia Nelson, Babatunde Foliemi, William Downey, Grover C. Barnes, and the late Sojourner Kincaid Roll. Contributions helped to shape and make communities healthier. And whereas Black history continues in the present as multi-generational efforts have been nurtured from Martin Luther King Jr., Santa Barbara Committee, Endowment for Youth Committee, NAACP, Gateway Educational Services, Santa Barbara Young Black Professionals, Healing Justice Santa Barbara, Juneteenth Santa Barbara, and other amazing organizations taking up the mantle to continue the love and support for community year-round. And whereas the national theme in African Americans and the arts, African Americans arts have used art to preserve history and community memory, as well as for empowerment. Artistic and cultural movements such as the New Negro, Black Arts, Black Renaissance, hip-hop, and Afrofuturism have been led by people of African descent and set the standard for popular trends around the world. And whereas Black history is not just about the struggles Black families have been through, but rather it is a time of rejoicing, celebrating the accomplishments, integrity, leadership, and determination, and showing true character. We honor history and celebrate the progress that we have made. We are resilient and resolute in creating new opportunities for future generations. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares February 2024 as Black History Month and calls on all residents to acknowledge and celebrate with appropriate ceremonies and activities. Passed and adopted today.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Capps, members of the Board of Supervisors, good morning. African Americans have played a significant role in the history of our nation and California's economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development while working tirelessly to promote equality and a greater, more responsible understanding of our shared history. Today is very special as we recognize Carter G. Woodson, who established Negro History Week in 1926, and honor the many Santa Barbara stalwarts, which included Horace McMillan, Anita Mackey, Valencia Nelson, Sojourner Kincaid Roll, and many others for their immeasurable contributions to our community. This year's Santa Barbara theme is extraordinary. Black History, More Than a Month, speaks not just to Black family struggles, but also to a time of rejoicing, celebrating accomplishments, leadership, integrity, determination, and character. It is our honor to accept this proclamation alongside those Santa Barbara community members making history daily. We are resilient, we are resolute, and we will continue working hard to ensure new opportunities for our families, our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and our community. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams. Or Supervisor Capps, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Diane in particular. I love Black History Month and the opportunity it gives us all to reflect, especially coming on the heels of Martin Luther King weekend just a couple weeks ago, and where we actually get to really see the hard work that the Black community in our community puts towards making our community richer and better. And when you had one phrase in the resolution of immeasurable contributions, and I look at Diane and so many others. Everywhere I go to nonprofit events, Diane is there through hospice or Pacifica. I mean, I could go on and on. So thank you for your contributions, not just you, but those that are your allies and here in spirit. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I want to thank Supervisor Capps for authoring this year, and to me, Black history is something so vital to celebrate because it is so important for American history. It is American history because African Americans built this country, both economically and in terms of innovation, and in terms of values, built this country through their blood, sweat, and sometimes, too often, their tears. And so, to me, it's something to celebrate, and it's really exciting that you highlighted this year the local personalities that we've come to know and love over the years. So, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
Oh,
Sorry.
well, I'm sorry, I didn't realize, but, well, I just wanted to thank Supervisor Capps as well. Although she brought it forward, I think it really reflects all of our values, and I'm looking forward to all the Black History Month celebrations. I hope there will be a calendar widely distributed because that's always an opportunity for Black History Month to really be infused into the local communities, and it's always an exciting time, especially when the children come out.
Thank you, and that reminds me, in North County, you will definitely get a reminder because we are in the area of LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt, and she will let you know. And she will, yes. And one of the celebrations was actually at a little plaza outside the library that's named after my father. So she said, "This one's at Lavanino Plaza, so you have no excuse to not be there." So I will definitely be there. So, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanio. So since I have that calendar from Ms. Lyons-Pruitt, it is on Saturday, February 17th at 2 p.m. at Lavanino Plaza from 2 to 4, and as well as on Sunday at Grossman Gallery in Lompoc. And there's also a final wrap-up event at Pioneer Park on Saturday the 24th. I believe that's going from, I think, noon to 5. So.
Yeah. It's going to be a big shindig. So thank you very much. Let's all get out and celebrate Black History Month. Thank you. Okay, next is administrative item number 4. Madam Clerk.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 4 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the week of February 4th, 2024 through February 10th, 2024 as Scouts Week in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Carlos Cortez, the Los Padres Council Scout Executive and CEO. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas February 8th, 2024 is the 114th birthday of Scouts BSA, and February 4th through the 10th is celebrated as Scouts BSA Week. And whereas locally, the Los Padres Council of Scouts BSA has served youth and families in Santa Barbara County for more than 100 years. And whereas the mission of Scouts BSA is to prepare young people to make ethical and moral choices over their lifetimes by instilling in them the values of the Scout Oath and Law. And whereas Scout law states, a Scout is trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. And whereas Scouts BSA offers scouting experience for the whole family, and notably in February 2019, Scouts BSA formally adopted a policy to allow girls to participate in the organization's programs, including the ability to earn the rank of Eagle Scout. And whereas Scouts BSA is committed to helping millions of youth and families succeed by providing the support, friendship, and mentoring necessary to live happy and fulfilling lives. And whereas Scouts BSA requires an Eagle Scout merit badge titled Citizenship in Society, which focuses on the importance of diversity, equity, inclusion, and ethical leadership. And whereas more than 110 million people have learned Scouting's lessons of patriotism, courage, and self-reliance since Scouts BSA founding 114 years ago. And whereas the Los Padres Council of Scouts BSA is committed to providing exceptional service to all units within Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors celebrates the positive impact that Scouts BSA has had on countless youth in Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, for helping us with this, and to the board as well for recognizing all the hard work our thousands of scouts do for our community here and have done so since 1919. Projects that include something as large as helping build a church to something as simple as clearing a pathway or a trail after a large storm in our county. So with that, we are very thankful for all the work that our scouts had put into our community, and look forward to seeing the future as we endeavor to serving more youth in the near future as we rebuild Camp Rancho Alegre and the outdoor school, which we look forward to opening here in March. And we look forward to serving all of the 6th grade youth in our county for years to come. And our scouts are very proud to say that they are not only part of the community, but they are leaders in the community, and look forward to making positive changes and involving themselves in everything positive in our county. Thank you so much for your dedication to them and to us, and we look forward to keep providing service.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Hartman.
And I hope we'll all be invited to the reopening. I know that that's been a labor of love and an awful lot of work to bring that back after the Whittier fire.
Yes, you will all absolutely get an invitation to that. We hope that you can make it. It has been a 5-year-long endeavor that, as you know, with inflation and everything else, turned to an $18 million project. So we're getting close to finishing that up. And we do look forward to now culminating and engaging not only our community with the 6th grade outdoor school program, but also opening the doors to the just general public to use, and having access to those that typically don't have access, to having access to the environment and nature and being in the outdoors with our various programs that we'll have through there as well.
Thank you for all your leadership on that effort.
Thank you so much.
Outstanding. Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
And, I just had an anecdote because I take my girls out backpacking, and a couple years ago at the Fish Bowls Loop, I encountered, I don't think it was from your chapter, but scouts out there, and there were a lot of young ladies. And, that's part of why you changed the name nationally. And I asked them, so why did you join the Scouts? And they had very interesting answers. So, I just wanted to highlight that because getting out on the trail is great for these young ladies as well.
Outstanding. Thank you. Thank you for being here today. All right, that takes us to our last resolution, which is administrative item number 5. Madam Clerk, can you please read that into the record, please?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, administrative item number 5 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson and Supervisor Levanino. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming February 2024 as Communify's 211 Community Celebration Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us here in person today, we have Joni Kelly and Patricia Keelan. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the 211 helpline is an information and referral system connecting people to free or low-cost health and human services and up-to-date incident and emergency-related information through call, text, and the web. And whereas the 211 Information and Referral Program was first enacted by the Federal Communication Commission in 2000 and now covers 85% of all households nationwide. And whereas 96% of the population in the state of California has access to 211, and whereas 211 Santa Barbara County was first implemented in 2005 and is a free and confidential service available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in 150 languages to every resident countywide. And whereas in November 2014, almost 10 years ago, 211 became a program of Communify, a Santa Barbara County nonprofit which empowers people and transforms lives through their 16 programs which serve the community. And whereas in 2022, 211 had more than 66,123 web visits, including 31,892 new users to 211santabarbaracounty.org, with over 12,000 of those visits regarding COVID-19 assistance. And whereas in 2022, approximately 3,000 resources were provided to residents throughout the county by a live call specialist. And whereas in 2022, the most urgent resident needs, including calls about housing, financial assistance, pandemic information, mental health, and food insecurity. And whereas Communify's Energy Services will be hosting the free 211 Community Day celebration on Saturday, February 10th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Minami Center in Santa Maria, with over 50 nonprofit agencies, free health screenings and vaccines, children's activities, food, entertainment, and more. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim February 2024 as 211 Community Celebration Month and acknowledges Communify's 10 years of serving the residents of Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Ms. Pat Keelan. I am CEO for Communify. Since 2014, Communify has proudly operated the 211 Santa Barbara Helpline, a free, comprehensive information and referral system available to any Santa Barbara County resident 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Residents can request assistance in over 150 languages by calling, texting, or accessing the website online. I want to thank the County Board of Supervisors for investing in and prioritizing this essential service. 211 Santa Barbara plays a crucial role in connecting residents with vital services and resources, particularly during times of crisis. It serves as a lifeline for individuals and families facing various challenges, from basic needs like food and shelter, to mental health, support, and disaster assistance. The helpline's easy-to-remember number provides a quick and reliable way for people to access the help they need. In the past year, 211 Santa Barbara has handled over 13,600 calls and texts, as well as 250 crisis calls from Santa Barbara residents. In addition, there were over 66,000 visits to the website. There are a few reasons why we believe that 211 Santa Barbara is indispensable to this community. One, it's a centralized access to resources. 211 Santa Barbara serves as a centralized point for information, making it easier for residents to navigate and access the diverse range of services available in our community. Two, support for vulnerable populations. Many vulnerable populations, such as the elderly and economically disadvantaged individuals, rely on 211 Helpline to connect them to essential services that help them become more stable and enhance their well-being. Three, mental health resources. In the wake of the ongoing mental health crisis, 211 Santa Barbara is a reliable resource for individuals seeking emotional support, counseling, and information about mental health services available in our community. We are even able to provide warm handoffs to local and national crisis and suicide lifelines. And four, efficient emergency response. During past emergencies, such as the Thomas Fire and Montecito debris flows, 211 Santa Barbara has supported the county OEM office by providing accurate, up-to-date information to local residents. As part of the national 211 network, we also have the capability to partner with other 211 systems around the country in an emergency to provide additional support to OEM. As we continue to face various challenges here in our community, 211 Santa Barbara is an investment in the well-being and resilience of our community. We're extremely grateful to the Board of Supervisors for your continued support for this essential service, and we hope you will join us on Saturday, February 10th in Santa Maria for our Community Resource Day. And if for more information, simply call 211. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pat. I know you already did it, but I also want to thank my board members and our CEO for committing to fund this necessary link. In past years, we used to go out and try to get cities to help with this. I always remember them telling us that, well, nobody uses it. Oh, really? Nobody uses it? Well, there was 13,000 calls, 66,000 web visits, 250 of those, as you said, are in crisis. I think the key to this whole thing is when you're in the middle of a crisis, you need that number that just pops right to your head. So 211 does an outstanding service. We appreciate it. We see the value in it. And I know with my board's help, we will continue to fund this at the level that we need to for our citizens. So thank you very much for being here today. Okay, that takes us to the next item of business is the remaining administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any items from the administrative agenda? Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I believe we pulled A7, please.
A7.
Thanks.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, we can pull A21 just for a comment.
A21. Madam Clerk, any items from the public?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on the administrative agenda.
Okay, I'll now entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda except for items A7 and A21.
I move the balance with the change in A13.
I'm sorry. So it will also include the withdrawal of A2, correction to A13, and our ex-agenda item approval.
I think we already did the ex-agenda.
Okay.
Didn't we?
But you wanted to.
Chair Levanino, members of the board, we made a motion to add it to the agenda. We will need an additional motion to approve staff recommended actions.
So with those three adjustments.
Fabulous.
With those
Thank you.
three adjustments,
And I second.
Supervisor Nelson seconds. We go to our vote screens.
Chair Levanino, members of the board, I know we're still getting used to these. For the consent agenda, it's a unanimous vote. So there are no votes screens.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, they are unanimous. Excellent. Okay, so
That's
that
why
takes
it's called
us-
consent.
Consent. All right, so that takes us to our first item that's been pulled. Item A7. Madam Clerk, please read that into the record.
Chair Levanino, members of the board, administrative item number 7 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a second amendment to the Crestwood Behavioral Health, Inc. fiscal years 2020 through 2024 service agreement for Champion Healing Center Mental Health Rehabilitation Center, MHRC. And there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Supervisor Nelson. Oh, it was you that pulled it? I'm
did.
sorry, I saw his mic on. Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you.
My bad.
Thank you, Chair. I pulled this because at first blush, it just looked like a budget increase, but when I dove a little bit further, it's actually, I believe, important information to share, and I'm glad that Director Navarro is here. But because essentially this is a pilot project that would add 4 more beds for justice-involved conservatees, which I know we've had such a focus on how many beds we have, are we getting more beds? And here is a pilot program funded not through our general fund, but through the Community Corrections Partnership from the state. So dollars not from our budget. And I just thought it would be worthy of directing some attention to this development.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors and County staff. I really want to thank you for bringing this forward and appreciating this partnership, and really thank the Department of Probation and all of our community corrections partners who approved this funding for the extra 4 beds for justice-involved persons and are really demonstrating the county's at-large mission and vision to provide the right care at the right time in the right place to increase that capacity countywide. And we're very proud of these additional beds and look forward to utilizing them ASAP.
Thank you. So I just pulled to highlight. Thank you
Great,
so much.
thank you very much. That takes us to our second pulled, Supervisor Nelson.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add that I'm your representative to the CCP, and my recollection is that despite that this, half of the members of the CCP can use these funds for their things, this was a unanimous vote at the CCP.
All right, excellent. That takes us to A21. Madam Clerk, can you please read that into the record?
And Chair Levanino, members of the board, do we want to take a motion to approve A7 before we move on?
Okay. Motion to approve A7. Supervisor Capps?
I motion.
Second.
I move. Excuse me.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, can we please read A21 into the record?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, administrative item number 21 is from the Treasurer Tax Collector, Public Administrator. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Treasurer's investment pool report for the quarter that ended December 31st, 2023, and investment policy statement.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I just pulled this item just to highlight it because it's pretty remarkable. The work that's done in the Treasurer Tax Collector's office to invest the funds that the tax collector has in their stewarding on behalf of the taxpayers of the county is pretty significant. The interest rate environment's helped out a little bit, but I think it's really important for the public to understand that because of the work of Harry Hagan and Dan Chandler out of the Treasurer Tax Collector's office, they're able to invest the funds that are sitting there to produce an extra $14 million in 2023. Of those dollars, about 40% of that comes back to the county's general fund, is my understanding, and that's about $5.6 million of revenue, which is on par with some of our other revenue sources. So it's a pretty significant piece of our discretionary budget. Even more powerful is the amount of money that goes back to our schools because of their stewardship, which is 53.9%, working out to about $7.7 million back to our local schools. And again, that's because of the proactive work of the Treasurer Tax Collector's office. They do some things that other counties may not take advantage of, but they've invested staff and time into investing those funds in a prudent and safe way, but still brings back a return to taxpayers so that we can return it back to these agencies. Following if they're behind in county and schools is about $1 million back to our special districts as well. So again, just a hearty thank you to the Treasurer Tax Collector's office for their work. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve that item.
And my vote screen's out, so I screwed it up. So we'll worry about that later, but we'll just moved by Nelson, seconded by Williams. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Passes unanimously. Excellent. So that finishes out our administrative agenda. Now's the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on general public comment?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we do have one request to speak on general public comment today, and we are going to remain here in Santa Barbara with James Silva. James?
Morning.
Morning.
When the Gaza death toll was 12,000 caged innocent people, mostly women and children, and with polls showing the vast majority of your constituents wanted the U.S. to make Israel's ceasefire, you passed a resolution commending Israel's, quote, efforts for peace, unquote, giving Israel your blessings and making you complicit in this genocide, now at 100,000 dead and wounded. Jews persecuted in Europe could have come to Palestine and lived among the indigenous Muslims, Christians, and Jews peacefully as they had for centuries. Instead, they came with the European colonial racist attitude of the time, with the mission to take all of the land of Palestine and expel or kill the natives if they wouldn't go. We're seeing this in Gaza. In 1895, Austrian-Hungarian lawyer Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism, wrote, Zionist settlers must, quote, spirit the native population across the border. Both the process of expropriation and the removal of the poor must be carried out discreetly, unquote. David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister and leader from the 20s until 1965, indiscreetly led what the UN deemed Israeli, quote, terror squads, unquote, committing massacres and mass rapes in 500 Palestinian towns and cities. 1937, he said, "The Arabs will have to go, but one needs an opportune moment for making it happen, such as a war." 1938, quote, "Let us not ignore the truth among ourselves. We are the aggressors and they defend themselves. The country is theirs because they inhabit it, whereas we want to come here and settle down," unquote. The two-state solution has always been a sham. All Israeli leaders from Ben-Gurion to Netanyahu have championed expanding to all Palestine. Map, please.
We'll hold your time while
There,
the map
there it
comes
is.
up. There we
Okay,
go.
thank
Okay.
you. In the first box, you see in yellow the 6% of Jewish-owned land, and in the second box, you see in yellow what the UN voted to give to Israel. Jews owned 6%, but they got 55%. Palestinians were still the two-thirds majority population in the yellow part gifted to Israel in that second box. But even while the UN was voting on the partition plan, Israeli terror squads were committing massacres, driving out Palestinians from their area and taking over more territory. So this left Palestinians the green 22% and the Israelis 78%. In 1967, Israel occupied even that 22%, fencing in all Palestinians, building settlements, terrorizing and treating them, quote, like dogs, unquote, according to a speech by Defense Minister Moshe Dayan to the Israeli cabinet. Settler colonialism is always genocidal and racist. Either you're racist or you're not. The solution is equal rights for all people in Palestine, both Jews and Palestinians. Pass a resolution for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
Okay. Outstanding. That takes us to departmental item number 1. Our next item of business is continuation request of departmental item number 1 to the March 19th, 2024 agenda. This has been previously read into the record by the clerk and is to the board for discussion.
And Chair Levanino, members of the board, I would just like to note for the record, we have no request to speak on the continuation of this item.
Okay. Supervisor Hartman? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought you were pushing your button. Anybody wish to make a motion to move that forward?
I'll move that.
Second?
Second by Supervisor Hartman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Passes unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, can you please read departmental item number 2 into the record?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the annexation of Orchit Gateway Retail Commercial Center, Key Site 2, APN 129-280-001, to Orchit Community Facilities District, and this is in the 4th District.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. Today we have a relatively short presentation continuing the process to annex a portion of Key Site 2 into the Orchit Community Facilities District. There we go. So here's just a little bit of background on the project. It was approved back in 2019, located in the 4th District, and annexation into community facilities districts are through the approval of the board and through the Melrose Community Facilities Act of 1982. So this requires a vote of the property owners. So with that, I will turn it over to Chief Deputy Registrar of Voters Michael Daly here to present the election results.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino, members of the board. I've written a letter just to explain the time frame of the election. And so I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any about that, but I'll go ahead and proceed with the results. So the results for this special election have been tallied, and based on every property owner receiving 1 vote per acre or a portion thereof owned within the area to be annexed, the results are as follows. There is 1 property owner within the area to be annexed owning 5.83 acres and therefore receiving 6 votes. The landowner has cast their ballot and the results are 6 yes votes authorizing the annexation and levy of special taxes. A statement that document's in my possession here to be signed in your presence and included in the resolution declaring the results in Exhibit A. That concludes
Thank you very much,
my
Mr.
part.
Daly. Any questions? Supervisor Nelson. Okay, Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak from the public?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, back to Supervisor Nelson.
I would make just one comment before I make a motion, is that it's kind of an interesting election when it's a condition for them to vote yes to, for the project to move forward. I don't really think they had much of a choice there, but they will move forward. It's a condition of their approval of their project, and that will hopefully fund additional services in Orchit as part of that development as well. And our office is diligently working on making sure that those funds are spent in Orchit for additional programs and facilities. So with that, I will make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second?
Okay, that item's been moved by Supervisor Nelson, seconded by Supervisor Hartman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Excellent. Thank you very much. So just for agenda management, we're going to do one more item and then we'll be taking a break. So that was item number 3. Madam Clerk, can you please read departmental item number 3 into the record?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Agricultural Commissioner and Weights and Measures Department, as well as the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding KPMG's operational performance review of the Santa Barbara Agricultural Commissioner Department.
CEO Miyasato.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Levanino and board members. As you know, we have been working with KPMG since Renew 22 kicked off, and it's our way of looking at all our departments to see in which ways we can perform better, have better outcomes more efficiently and effectively. So today before you, we have 3 reviews, one for the Ag Commissioner, Public Works, and the Crisis Services. These are each agendized separately, but I want to give an overall review. And if someone can move the slides. Thank you. And as you know,
KPMG does it all, right? They're even moving slides for us, right?
right. So as you know, what the process is that they will do a review and a report that's attached, and the departments then do a response and implementation plan. Next slide. And so as you know, this is just history. As I said, we began with them with Renew 22, and thank you for your board for your continued support. They're very data intensive in their reviews, so they're able to highlight things that maybe even the departments aren't aware of. And so as you see on the screen, these are all the reports they've done. We are finishing up with the remaining departments this year. And again, this is not an audit. Next slide, please. This is not an audit, but it is a review to highlight best practices, compare ourselves with other jurisdictions, look at efficiencies and savings, and better outcomes for the departments. Next slide. So I'm just going to give where's the Ag Commissioner slide? I think, is it next? Could you advance the slide, Jacqueline? There it is. So Ag Commissioner, you'll be hearing today, the department has 37 FTE with almost an $8 million budget. And KPMG recommended 6 improvement report, and we will hear from KPMG followed by our Ag Commissioner. Thank you. One second while we get the correct slides up.
Director Chang is going to have to answer for Public Works. So, yeah.
That could have been a hazing ritual, but we decided not to do that.
Anybody know any good songs? That's.
I apologize, Board. In our attempt to actually be efficient, we kind of outsmarted ourselves by trying to put the slides in a certain order. Yes. Since KPMG is here, we wanted to impress them with our efficiency, but it's turned out not as efficient as we thought.
I'm not taking any notes.
Should we take our, would you?
Jacqueline, would you like us to take our break now?
We could take our break now, and
you.
then we'll come back. So let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back and kick off Ag Commissioner. Okay, we're reconvening this meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. CEO Miyasato.
Thank you, supervisors, and thank you for your grace and as we get the slides up. And so the first report that you're going to see is on the Ag Commissioner, and I'm going to hand it over to KPMG. And you know William Zizek, he is a partner for KPMG's public sector practice, and he can introduce his team.
Thank you, CEO Miyasato. Good morning, Chair Lavanino, members of the board. Again, my name is Bill Zizek, KPMG engagement leader. I've got Olivia Rabbit with me, as well as Vivian Damian. Olivia and I will cover the agricultural commissioner item. Before we start, I did want to take a moment just to recognize the impact of the recent and ongoing storm events and share our best wishes for the safety and well-being of the Santa Barbara community at large. Next slide, please. So depicted on the screen is our engagement timeline. And in addition to those that we're presenting today, we recently concluded, we're in the process of concluding our reviews of the Auditor Controller's Office, the Clerk Recorder Assessor's Office, and are nearing conclusion of our review of the Child Support Services Department. Next slide, thank you. So briefly, a refresh on our methodology. We always begin with engaging staff in interviews and focus groups. We analyze available data on departmental operations, productivity, workload, and we utilize benchmarks and leading practices to identify opportunities for improvement. We then provide a midpoint update to office and department leadership, as well as the CEO's office on emerging themes to ensure we're aligned, and then share working drafts of our preliminary report to be validated and commented on by department leadership. Next slide, please. So as with all our reviews, we'll start with some commendations. Firstly, in collaboration with the county's Fire Safety Council, the Agricultural Commissioner's Office has implemented the Agricultural Pass Program, and it enables agriculturalists to obtain access to areas that may be restricted to the public during an emergency. The program is the key pilot program for the state and will support agricultural asset owners in Santa Barbara to better protect these critical assets during emergency situations. Additionally, the department has exhibited a very strong commitment to supporting staff in obtaining both agricultural and weights and measures licenses at the inspector and deputy levels. This enables the department to have a well-trained cross-licensed workforce that provides a high degree of resiliency. And finally, the department has provided cell phones and tablets to its staff across programs to support electronic inspections in the field, and this technology allows staff to reduce paper processes and enhance their overall efficiency. Next slide, please, and I'll turn it to Olivia to cover our key recommendations.
Great, thank you, Bill. So we developed 7 recommendations for the department across the 5 focus areas outlined on the screen. There are 3 main areas of recommendation that we would like to highlight today for your board's consideration. 1, allocation of resources, 2, public information, and 3, process enablement. For allocation of resources, we recommend restructuring the department's cross-licensure rotation program to better align to department resourcing need. For public information, we recommend enhancing the strategy and approach to community engagement and public information to allow for greater alignment with community need. Lastly, our recommendation surrounding process enablement relates to enhancing front office and operational technology to improve process automation and access to services. Next slide, please. Our first recommendation focuses on restructuring the department's cross-licensure rotation program with the aim of promoting greater specialization among inspectors and reducing the cost of learning-related productivity. As a first step in implementing this recommendation, the department should consider the range of models identified in our report and identify the model that best meets the department's needs. A staffing analysis should also be undertaken to understand the optimal staffing level required to operate the selected model. Commendably, KPMG understands that the department has already implemented on this recommendation. Next slide, please. To improve understanding of the department's customers, and to provide goals against which program success can be tracked over time, we recommend revising and documenting the strategy and approach to community engagement. This will support the department in improving community trust in its services, people, and communications, and reduce the cost of community engagement and public information activities. In implementing this recommendation, the department should identify and analyze customer needs, desires, and aspirations, and develop targeted initiatives to support this analysis. For example, the department may nominate customer experience representatives to act as case and relationship contacts for key community groups. Next slide, please. Our final recommendation for discussion today relates to enhancing front office and operational technology to improve access to service and enhance the overall customer experience. This may be achieved by enabling online payment, electronic application and permit submittals for certain applications, process tracking, and complaint submission. Potential solutions should be evaluated and prioritized for implementation based on an agreed-upon prioritization rubric, which may consider need, cost, implementation timeline, and implementation complexity. Next slide, please, and I will pass it over to Bill for closing.
So to summarize, the key takeaways for the Agricultural Commissioner are to, 1, realign the department's cross-licensure program structure to better align to resourcing needs. 2, to enhance the strategy and approach to community engagement to allow for greater alignment with community need. And 3rd, to enhance front office and operational technology to improve access to service and enhance the overall customer experience. We'd like to thank the Agricultural Commissioner and his team for their engagement on this project, and we'll hand it back to CEO Miyasato.
Thank you, supervisors. And if there are no questions right now, we can ask the commissioner to go forward. Is there any questions of KPMG?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Chair Lavagnino, members of the board, good morning. Well, first of all, I want to thank the CEO's office for the support in this process. You know, it is something that I started doing when I came here last year. But I also I want to thank KPMG and equally important, you know, to the staff of the Ag Commissioner's office who helped with these recommendations. So these were the areas of recommendation: operational IT, the program restructuring, process efficiency, administrative office professional utilization, community engagement, and compliance monitoring. And so on the first recommendation, which is the operational IT, the recommendation is to assess opportunities to transition to technological solutions that align with the department and customer needs. We agree with KPMG on this recommendation and the implementation timeframe. It's a spring of this year, 2024, through fall of 2024. Moving along to recommendation number 2, the program restructuring. So on this recommendation, it is to realign the agriculture weights and measures program, a structure to better align with the department needs. The department agrees with KPMG that the agricultural weights and measure inspector's position and structure needed to be realigned and has completed the realignment in March of 2023, which was last year. Both KPMG and staff feedback indicated that the realignment was necessary. Many staff felt they were a jack of all trades, master of none. The realignment is consistent with other similar sized agricultural commissioner offices across the state. The realignment was also done based on a staffing analysis looking at historical trends for program time demands and the work requirements in each office to determine FTEs, full-time equivalent needs for each program. The realignment also allows staff to become more specialized in a few programs and gain more expertise. It increases staff confidence in the work they perform and creates more efficiencies. For example, Staff attend fewer meetings nowadays. Less training is also needed. And staff report to only one supervisor. That it is one of the changes from this realignment. And lastly, this realignment also allows for direct supervision of staff by a single supervisor, allowing for better tracking of staff productivity and performance. And this also goes in line with another recommendation. Moving on to process efficiency, which was another recommendation on enhanced processes in place to track staff productivity to help ensure a more consistent approach to evaluating staff performance and proactively identifying and resolving process inefficiencies. We partially agree on this recommendation, and the implementation timeframe will be spring of this year, 2024. Moving on to AOP utilization, which is the administrative office professionals. The recommendation is to reevaluate the roles and responsibilities of administrative office professional staff to consider opportunities to redirect staff time to more substantive activities to increase overall program efficiency and effectiveness. So the department also agrees that administrative office professional roles and responsibilities should be reevaluated to allow AOPs the time to better support the team. We are addressing this by finding ways to use technology to reduce repetitive tasks, as well as through reevaluating administrative office professional roles, freeing up AOP time to do more substantive duties. In 2023, last year, one AOP position was reclassified into a financial office position to provide budgetary support and streamline financial processes. The department has implemented the use of DocuSign to reduce paperwork being shuffled between offices, which it is something we were doing before. And we are currently working to implement an online system which will be ready by April of this year, 2024. Once an online payment system is in place, we will be able to utilize computer systems to register something we call a pest control business company, but also accept weights and measures device registration fees, further freeing up office administrative professionals' time. The implementation time frame for this recommendation is early spring of 2024. And moving on to the community engagement recommendation, enhance a strategy and approach to community engagement and public information to allow for greater alignment with community needs. The department agrees that it's beneficial to enhance community and to enhance communication and community engagement, and has started the process. We implemented online digital marketing tools already to engage the industry and the public to better tell our story. We recently reestablished the department's Facebook page and implemented the use of Constant Contact, which we integrate with our social media posts. Constant Contact allows us to track stakeholder engagement. We have better analytical tools now. The department's Constant Contact and social media posts are always in both English and Spanish. And we are also working to get them on Mixteco, but there is no written language in Mixteco. We are also working to bring services to where they are needed. And we have recently partnered with a community center in New Cuyama to provide permitting and registration access to the community. The department has also increased outreach with our canine detection dog as the ambassador of preventing pests and diseases coming into the county. We are now doing surveys at the end of our training meetings to industry as well as the public to gain feedback from stakeholders on our classes and the topics that they would like to see in the future. And of course, we continue to collaborate with indigenous communities to develop training curriculums and ultimately leveraging county resources. And lastly, staff and I regularly attend commodity and community organization meetings to see and hear from the groups about what their needs are. And I believe this is the last recommendation from KPMG, which is compliance monitoring. And the recommendation is to develop an enhanced quality control framework to allow for enhanced compliance monitoring processes across programs. We agree, and the implementation timeframe began last year in 2023, and we are expected to complete it this year in 2024. And thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Director Chang. Are there any questions from members of the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I just was curious about the Cuyama hours you guys are setting up. Are you guys getting a lot of people coming into those? How's that looking like? Is it something that's building? Can you expand on that?
Through the chair, Supervisor Nelson. Yes, so in the way that it's working, we are creating appointments at this time. And this was the last month, and it was to issue permits. And so instead of, farmers and other community members to come to Santa Maria, we are going there, and we expect to go back again. But right now, it is all based on appointments, just to make it a little bit more efficiency, both for staff time and for the residents.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. Are there any questions from the public? Public comment.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, thank you. I'd just say, this is one of the departments for Supervisor Nelson and myself that, we hear about the most. It is one of our smaller departments, but if you think about the economy in this county, very reliant on the job that your staff does. And the only way it works is that our farmers and ranchers have to have the utmost confidence in your team. There's a lot of dollars and a lot of jobs riding on the efficiency of your team. And we just appreciate, the feedback I get is all positive. They have trust. They have the ability to communicate with you, your responsiveness. It's just a model department. We really appreciate all the work of your team.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board.
Thank you very much. All right. That closes that one out. Do we receive and file? I got to go back to my script here. What page are we on? Receive and file.
I'll move that we receive and file the KPMG's operational and performance review of the Ag Commissioner.
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, that is approving staff recommendations A through C.
Okay.
That's right.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. So we already did our break. So Madam Clerk, can you please read departmental item number 4 into the record, please?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Public Works Department and the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding KPMG's operational performance review of the Santa Barbara County Department of Public Works.
And Supervisors, again, you'll be reviewing Public Works. As you know, Public Works has over 298 staff, a budget of over 172 million, and the department has different divisions: admin and support, transportation, the county surveyor, water resources, which includes flood control, and resource recovery and waste management. And I guess Mr. Snedden will be here representing the department, but first, KPMG.
Thank you, CEO Miyasato. Again, Bill Zizik and Olivia Rabbit will be presenting on this item from KPMG. Next slide, please. So as we did for Agricultural Commissioner, we'll start with our commendations. Firstly, the Public Works Department has exhibited a strong commitment to innovation in waste reduction by operating a first-of-its-kind facility in California that converts waste into renewable energy resources. In the future, the Resource Center is projected to increase the county's recycling rate to over 85%. The department has also created a proactive tree maintenance program, which has demonstrated reductions in both incidents as well as public liability claims across the county. And of course, we'd like to commend the department for implementing its GIS capabilities in the surveyor's office to allow customers to digitally access maps and related records. This has resulted in greater efficiency in accessing information and reducing paper processing. Next slide, please. So in our review, we identified 14 recommendations that align to the several focus areas that we were asked to look at. There are 3 recommendations that we'll highlight today for your board's consideration. Firstly, for transportation, we've identified an opportunity to enhance the data tracking to better inform prioritization of maintenance activities. You'll see that we have an exemplary dashboard to illustrate this aim in our upcoming slides. For water resources, we recommend enhancing the asset management processes in place to provide a more holistic view of county-owned flood control infrastructure. And lastly, we recommend enhancing technology enablement to streamline project progress tracking and enhance the flow of information across the department. Next slide, please, and I'll turn it to Olivia for more detail on each of these 3 recommendations.
Thank you, Bill. Our first recommendation focuses on enhancing processes and systems to track available data to inform maintenance prioritization and provide a more holistic view of critical data points for decision making. The aim being to enable a more data-driven approach to project prioritization that utilizes a range of metrics in evaluating potential projects for completion. Toward this aim, we recommend that the department consider developing a database across divisions as well as an additional set of key data points to track and report on. These data points should be supported by a standardized data collection process, reporting process, and dashboard, which you will see we have included an exemplar dashboard in our presentation today, to help ensure a holistic view of maintenance need across the county. Next slide, please. Our next recommendation focuses on enhancing asset management processes for county-managed flood control infrastructure. The goal being to provide department and division leadership with more holistic visibility into county-owned flood control infrastructure status. This will allow for more proactive maintenance of such infrastructure. In implementing this recommendation, the department should develop a shared asset management database to act as a single source of truth for key data related to location, age, condition, and maintenance history, for example, as it relates to flood control infrastructure. Next slide, please. Our final recommendation focuses on assessing and enhancing technology enablement across the department. The goal being to enhance process automation, reduce paper processes, and enhance communication and customer experience. A first step in implementing this recommendation relates to conducting an assessment of the current technology landscape across all divisions to develop a holistic view of technology needs across the system. This should be followed by the development of a technology modernization plan that identifies short, medium, and long-term goals for each division, supported by a prioritization model, funding sources, and implementation roadmap. Next slide, please, and I'll hand it over to Bill to close.
So to summarize, the key takeaways for Public Works are to first enhance the tracking and reporting of available data to better inform the prioritization of maintenance efforts. Second, to implement an asset management database for flood control infrastructure to improve risk visibility. And the third is to enhance tech enablement to streamline processes and strengthen information sharing. I'd like to close with our thanks to the Public Works Director and his team for their engagement, collaboration on this process, and CEO Miyasato will hand it back to you.
Thank you, Bill and team. Any questions for KPMG at this point?
Any questions from the board? No.
Okay, then we will go to Public Works. And just as a reminder, we're only highlighting some of the recommendations and accomplishments of the department. The report is over, I think, almost 100 pages long. It has more data. Thank you.
Good morning, Chris Nedden, Public Works. I wanted to start today by thanking KPMG, Olivia, and her team for really taking the time to dive in very deep with Public Works. There's a lot of different things we do, and understanding Public Works, specifically the nuts and bolts, how we operate, is really key to getting good recommendations. So appreciate the efforts on that. And Julie Hagan in our department, who spent a lot of time going over these to come up with recommendations. And we're going to highlight today 3 recommendations that are gathered around, excuse me, data and technology, because we feel like that there's a lot of opportunity there to leverage data that we already have to improve efficiencies, to improve communication, and to improve our data-driven decision-making. So we've kind of focused on these 3 at different levels that will help us do that. The first one is a department-wide, looking at the technology management plan that was just mentioned. And this is working really in alignment with the county goals. So our Public Works IT manager has been working as part of the team, the overall county team that's coming up with a strategic plan for the county for data and technology. And then we'll be working through this recommendation in our department to make sure that we're doing that in alignment at a department level. The implementation timeframe is what's underway. We're already working on this with our IT staff in Public Works. The first step is to assess the needs and work within the strategic framework of seeing where we want to go and coming up with a management plan. The next step for implementation, we'll have to look at what types of resources are needed to do those, and then prioritize and start implementation. So that will be after the initial phase. Next slide, please. Or, I don't know if I can push the buttons. Okay, thank you. The second one, and again, just moving down in alignment to the division level. In transportation, there's also opportunities to enhance our use of data. We collect a lot of information in transportation. We have a pretty big and diverse network, and when we use the information for a lot of different activities that we're doing and tracking. Right now, that's done through a lot of different solutions. So we have different databases and different people that are all spending part of their time spending part of their time trying to input data and keep data fresh, but we really don't have dedicated resources to aggregating all the data and looking at it at a higher level and a holistic level for making data-driven decisions, for improving efficiency in how we collect and maintain and use data, and for communicating with the public with our data. So that would take a focused resource. So we would be looking to add a staff position specifically focused to these activities and centralize all that information so that we can more effectively use the data that we already have. Next slide. Similarly, in flood control, we have a lot of data that's collected and a lot of information out there on our flood control facilities and how they interact with the natural environment. And flood control is actually the kind of the pilot or the lead on this for our department. They've set aside 2 positions to undertake these efforts. They've already filled one of the positions, and they're spending the next 6 to 12 months kind of getting their arms around what solutions we're going to be using and how best to implement those, and determining if more resources are needed for that, and starting to collect all the data and input it. And that will help them more efficiently undertake efforts such as the community master plans that are being looked at, or capital upgrades that may be needed and things like that. Next slide. And with that, we have the recommendations. Thank you.
Any questions, comments from the board? Do we have any public comment on this matter?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
Okay. Supervisor Capps?
Not a question, but just a comment. I just appreciate Mr. Steddon's reinforcement of that recommendation of the data, more data. I know that's a huge undertaking, but I appreciate, I can tell your earnestness in seeing the benefit of taking on such a project for the department. So thank you.
Supervisor Hartman?
Yeah. Could you elaborate and help me understand more about the flood control aspect and how the improvements we would like to make in terms of transparency might enlighten people and context of the storms we just experienced, for example?
Sure, Supervisor Hartman through the chair. Yeah, that's a really great example. So we have all the information on all our facilities and the things that flood control does and doesn't maintain, and those can be compartmentalized by particular geographic areas or in the operational areas. So again, pulling all that data into a centralized location, that allows us to use it so that we're comparing amongst the different areas, but it also allows us to communicate with the public. Here are the flood control facilities in your area. Here's what flood control does and does not do in these particular areas. So it's a communication tool as well as an organizational tool.
And if I understand, then we can't prioritize across different areas as easily now, and so we'll be able to do that better going forward when you adopt or implement this.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair, that's correct.
Okay.
All right, great. Can I get a motion to move the recommended actions, please?
Second.
And clerk, those are, I think there's 4 of them. I don't have it in front of me. I'm looking
Chair
at, I keep
Lavanino,
trying to go
members
back
of the
and forth
board,
between this thing.
that
I'm going to
is
get trained on this
correct.
eventually.
It is to approve staff recommended actions A through C.
A through C. 3 of them. Okay, A, B, and C, moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? They pass unanimously. Okay, this takes us to, Madam Clerk, can you please read departmental item number 5 into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department as well as the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding KPMG's operational performance review of the Santa Barbara County Crisis Services.
Supervisors, Chair Lavanino and Supervisors. So for this one, I want to commend Director Navarro because she's the one who asked KPMG specifically to look at the crisis program as a new director to the department. The staff there is 42 FTE in the crisis services with a $13.7 million budget. And as they'll discuss, the crisis services program entails mobile crisis clinics, and co-response. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Mr. Zizek.
Thank you, CEO Miyasato. So again, Bill Zizek and Vivian Damian will be presenting on this item. She leads our work nationally and internationally in the behavioral health and crisis services domains. So without further ado, we have the slides. I think we can go to the next slide. And I'll turn it to Vivian.
Thank you. We would like to start by commending both Behavioral Health Wellness for their foresight in developing leading practice models of care with regards to crisis clinics that provide rapid access to prescribers and incorporates individuals with lived experience as part of the treatment team. In addition, we would like to also commend both behavioral health and law enforcement in establishing co-response teams, a model that is deemed best practice nationally. Next slide, thank you. We began our review by examining mobile crisis services and looking at data from 2021 to 2023 for all 3 areas. During this period, the review showed that the 3 mobile crisis teams' productivity ranged between 12% and 27%. The department's productivity targets is 50%, which is actually in line with what we see with mobile services. The 50% target focuses on direct contact with consumers or clients. In addition to the Medi-Cal crisis benefits, which began in January 2024, further decreased volumes of all will be seen as all emergency department and jail calls will no longer be reimbursed under the new Medi-Cal crisis benefits. As a result of this data analysis and the changes to Medi-Cal crisis benefits, we have presented with the following opportunities. In order to be financially viable, to consider developing one crisis team for the county. Establishing roles and responsibilities in order to minimize clinicians' discretion on call disposition. Creating a 2-person team with the incorporation of peer support staff, individuals with lived experience, to align with the Medi-Cal crisis benefits requirements. To establish safety protocols to minimize the usage of law enforcement, also in line with the Medi-Cal crisis benefit requirements. And lastly, recognizing that a large volume of calls come from both emergency department and the jails, to incorporate crisis staff in emergency department and jails where the majority of the calls are currently coming from. This would be under a different funding versus the funding from the Medi-Cal crisis benefits. Next, we examine the crisis clinics, which you have 3 of across the county. The crisis clinic operates a multidisciplinary team that ranges from prescribers to peer support staff. Again, a leading practice model. Productivities for these teams ranged from 11% to 33%, with again the department's targets at 50%. Based on stakeholder engagement and data analysis, the following opportunities were presented to the department. Developing targeted marketing and advertising for these services. Shifting the model of care to be more field-based, engagement with staff, engagement with clients, so staff can meet our clients where they are versus them coming to the office, which has resulted in a high no-show rate. Providing rapid access to care within 24 to 48 hours based on current availability. Examining the bottlenecks in the referral process so clients transition to appropriate services for ongoing care. Engaging key stakeholders and programs to plan accordingly for hard-to-engage clients in order to mitigate clients bouncing from emergency departments, crisis, justice, and homelessness. And lastly, educating staff on expectations and sharing weekly and monthly metrics through a dashboard to establish and monitor overall productivity. Lastly, we examined the co-response teams that are currently established between behavioral wellness and law enforcement. As part of this review, we examined the data through behavioral wellness. Productivity ranged from 20 to 23%, with the department's target, again, being at 50%, also in line with what we see. In order to understand productivity of these highly skilled teams, it became apparent that further collaboration between law enforcement and behavioral wellness is required. As a result, the opportunities for considerations were presented to the department. To collaboratively determine key performance indicators that are well-defined and calculated and agreed upon by both behavioral wellness and law enforcement. To develop a shared dashboard that frontline staff, the frontline co-response teams, middle management, and senior management examine on a weekly and a monthly basis. For middle management from both behavioral wellness and law enforcement to meet on a weekly basis to better understand teams' productivity and problem solve in real time, while senior management to meet on a monthly basis to examine productivity data and determine effectiveness of opportunities applied by both frontline and middle management. And lastly, to establish clear expectations with regards to teams being in the field and operating based on hours of operation established.
So in closing, we express our thanks to...
Bill, you're...
In closing, thank you. I'll join that training with you there, Mr. Chair. We'd like to express our thanks to the Director of Behavioral Wellness and her leadership team for their engagement and collaboration in these reviews. And we understand the already working to implement and turn around performance in many ways. CEO Miyasato, back to you.
Thank you. Any questions of KPMG at this moment? Or did you? Okay. Then Director Navarro. Your microphone.
I'm not, there we go.
There we go.
So, good morning, Chair, Supervisors, and staff. I want to start off by mirroring the remarks of KPMG and thanking them so much for their collaboration, their expertise. They did a wonderful job of engaging staff across all levels of functioning in the department, as well as our stakeholders, to really come up with a robust review and evaluation and some really important and detailed considerations for us as we move forward in revamping our crisis services system. increasingly, the crisis services system is front and center for our department. It is where people access us. It is the face of the department and the expectations moving forward that people have of the care they will receive. And so we really look forward to moving forward. And today, what I'd like to highlight are three of the key considerations that have been addressed and where we have been since receiving the final report in September. We've already begun to make some changes and want to present those to you here today. First of all, in response to the co-response team's considerations, we have begun a monthly high-level management meeting of BWell and the SBSO, which will expand to include also our partners in SBPD and Santa Maria as we move forward in creating not only joint metrics that will target collaboratively with our partners. These will include things such as date and time of call and when we clear the call, and these ensuring that we have joint metrics ensures that the program moves forward as expeditiously and effectively as possible. I do want to say that we are also involved, the SBSO and BWell, in a review with Social Finance, who is the evaluator for some of our co-response teams, and the recommendations of KPMG actually mirror those of Social Finance. So this work is moving along quickly. We are in the development of a collaborative dashboard, and again, we are committed to regular meetings. There's some leadership transition happening in BWell. We have a new crisis manager coming in over those services who will report to John Winkler, starts the first Monday in March. And so once he is here and established, we will then set the time and date and begin those regular weekly meetings of the co-response team staff. Next up, I want to share about the consideration on the mobile crisis benefit, and following the presentation of my key considerations, we'll go into a further detailed presentation to you all of the new expanded mobile crisis benefit plan under the state of California. Our mobile crisis team, as we discuss it, is a more general term for various types of services within our mobile crisis unit. There is the expanded mobile crisis benefit plan. We have expanded this implementation as a result of the mandate from the state. We are continuing to assess and look to station staff in high volume areas, not just in the jails, but also working collaboratively with our local emergency departments and seeing how we might expedite transition of folks who are in crisis to behavioral wellness services and ameliorate some of the backup that happens in our emergency departments. Finally, we are looking at placing, overhauling the way in which we respond, and I'm happy to announce that even just highlighting, going over and reviewing with staff some of the data from KPMG, we've already seen a doubling of the number of calls that we respond to in a 24-hour period in the month of January. So kudos to the staff, and thank you again to KPMG for that. Finally, I want to share on the key consideration regarding the crisis clinics. Yes, is extremely fortunate that Santa Barbara County does operate crisis clinics. Again, a true best practice in making sure that people have access same day, especially those who are right on the edge of maybe needing a higher acute level of care, versus if we get them this crisis service in terms of medication, meeting with a therapist immediately can keep them home and in the community and on the road to recovery sooner. So we're shifting the clinic-based model, however, based on the data that you heard, to a more field-based model. So we will be having teams that are not only stationed at the clinic, but staff that will be out in the field in key areas where we know either following up with persons who have accessed crisis services recently, and or those areas in which we know persons to reside and or congregate that have higher needs and challenges. We're also looking to leverage the crisis clinics to offer bridge care for those who are transitioning to ongoing care, and making sure that, again, when someone calls in to the access line asking for care, we have a division of calls. There is an urgent call, and a standard call for service. And the urgent call requires us to set an appointment at an earlier date, but these also might be folks who we can bring into the crisis clinics to bridge care until such time that their appointment is available. All right. So now that we've discussed the key considerations, I do want to share a little bit about the expanded mobile crisis benefit. Actually, before I do that, what I'd like to say is, as you can see by the discussion and the PowerPoint slides from Vivian, we had 10 key considerations and recommendations for our crisis services revamp, and many of those had multiple sub categories and goals within them. So it's a lot that we are taking on here in order to align the way we provide service and how we provide service, not only to maximize and leverage funding available to this county through state and local and federal resources, but also to most effectively respond to our community's needs. So in that endeavor, we are looking forward to re-engaging with KPMG to come back and provide us with some assistance in taking the lead on helping us to order our steps, if you will, and put some of the key recommendations and considerations into place over the next 3 to 4 months, and then be able to set that and establish that for us and provide leadership in the Crisis Services Division with all the necessary performance measures, key indicators, and reporting out that they will need to maintain that system effectively ongoing. So stay tuned for that coming back to the board in the month of March. Finally, I'd like to talk to you about the expanded mobile crisis benefit. This is a brand new program in the state of California. This actually is a payment reimbursement specifically for Medi-Cal beneficiaries. It is an addition to our mobile crisis services here in Santa Barbara County. It's not a reduction. Specifically, that is to say the mobile crisis benefit package under the Center for Medicaid Services at the federal level is a higher bundled rate of service provided to behavioral health providers who go out in teams to respond to persons who are in crisis. Maybe at a level that requires a 5150 response, but more importantly to persons who are beginning to demonstrate that they are having increasing symptoms, and to get to them readily and quickly and try and bring them into the system of care to stabilize and reduce the need for higher levels of care. The billable services that our co-response clinicians provide under co-response remain the same. It's just that the mobile crisis benefit package allows for counties to, again, bill at a higher rate for this service because it is a bundled service that includes the team approach, transportation, reimbursement, as well as reimbursement for the follow-up appointments that we schedule to ensure that people actually do connect to ongoing services. This is a requirement for all of us here in the state of California. All county behavioral health plans were required to implement this program by December 31st, 2023. The final notice of guidance and the regulation from the Department of Healthcare Services came to us in late June of 2023, and we began engaging in the monthly all-crisis staff meeting as well as leadership meetings, engaging staff in the discussion that this was a new benefit that was coming. At the same time, it coincided and aligned with the bringing on of KPMG for our review and analysis, and began to talk about this additional service and a change to how we provide care in the community as crisis services. These services in the mobile crisis benefit, of course, are rapid and again focus on de-escalation and stabilization in hopes of avoiding hospitalization and higher levels of care. Next slide. So this slide just highlights for everyone when to call the mobile crisis team. Again, when there are thoughts of harm, when there is increase in mental health systems indicating that someone is on the verge of needing a higher level of care. And the focus in these interventions is on safety planning and allowing folks to stay in their homes, stay in their communities, to have the least disruption to their overall life functioning, and get them quickly into ongoing services with behavioral wellness. These services are available to Medi-Cal beneficiaries 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The mobile crisis team is not for these situations. If there is a weapon on the scene, if a person is already overdosed or is in the process of taking immediate steps to harm themselves, or the plan that they have to harm themselves is in imminent timeline of happening. For instance, when someone says, I'm going to run out in traffic, and you happen to live a half a block from the freeway. And in those instances, that's when you call 911. Because in that instance, we have an imminent danger that needs a higher level of care and response. And when you call 911, a law enforcement first responder will respond to the scene. All right, just here's some more details outlining the new expanded Medi-Cal crisis benefit. These are the goals, the overarching goals for this expansion in the state of California: to reduce the use of emergency departments and law enforcement involvement. They're designed to provide relief to beneficiaries experiencing a crisis and really hope to keep people out of those higher levels of care, and oftentimes in situations that can over time exacerbate a mental health condition versus stabilize. When persons are hospitalized and or incarcerated due to actions that are prompted by their mental illness, other parts of their life are disrupted. And so this benefit is to respond immediately in hopes of trying to keep people home and in the community so their lives are less disrupted. It's an individualized rapid response. It's a community-based intervention. There are no questions asked. When someone calls and said someone's in crisis, our teams respond. And we're already seeing that because, again, we're responding to twice the number of calls in a 24-hour period in the month of January than we were in December and before that. These services are 24/365, and again, they are community-based. They go where the client is. The team structure is based on the mandated minimum state requirement that 2 staff respond in a team at all times, that at least 1 staff is trained in the administration of naloxone, and that both of the a team of 2 must include or have immediate phone access to a licensed mental health professional to provide that clinical assessment. A certified peer support specialist may be on the team. But again, this is a peer who has received the state certification. There's lots of service components to the mobile crisis response. It is an assessment, it's safety planning. At times, it's a warm handoff to a referral. In that case, it may be a transportation to a sobering center or to the crisis clinic for immediate same-day service. And then also pays for and promotes the ongoing care and follow-up with a required check-in and follow-up with those persons who the team engages. And finally, telehealth may be used for translation to help a person connect with specialist provider, and or psychiatry if that is medication support if that is needed on the scene. This next slide just again outlines in detail the service components of the mobile crisis benefit. Finally, I just wanted to share that a key consideration that flowed through many of the recommendations from KPMG was about community engagement. And so Be Well is really redesigning our entire crisis branch to be better, more responsive and better meet the needs of our consumers by engaging them where they are versus being in the office. And so we are redeploying staff, and we'll be over the next few months looking to place staffs with those emergency departments, creating MOUs to help facilitate quick access to ongoing care and getting them out of the EDs, to, of course, provide field-based needs, a more timely response than we have seen in the past, and to bridge care. To make sure that when folks make an appointment that they have some access to care and a team following them until such time that they are connected with their long-term ongoing treatment team. Right. Here is, this is our access line number. It's 24/7. The mobile crisis benefit team actually, part of the implementation of the plan has been a robust engagement of our staff along with the dispatch teams throughout Santa Barbara County. So they are familiar with our program. They have access to our access line and 24/7 services, but persons in the county can call either the 24/7 access line, 988, or 911, and as the dispatcher ascertains that it may be a lower level of mental health need, we will see increasingly over the next few months as we continue to partner and practice this new practice, calls going straight to the mobile crisis benefit plan as appropriate versus co-response. These are the final recommendations, but I do want to reiterate one more time before I sign off here that the Mobile Crisis Benefit Plan and the expansion of our mobile crisis services teams to other areas in the field is in order to ensure that all county residents have a number of options for their crisis needs. Not all crises look the same and they don't all happen at the same level. And it is crucially important that we have a system that responds to all level of needs at all times. So thank you. It is recommended, and here's my last slide for recommendation to the board. Thank you.
Great. Any questions from our board? Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I was going to ask a question and then make a request, and maybe, I could give the director some moments, to fulfill the request, either through public comment or the other questions. My question is, a basic one. With the Medi-Cal reimbursement of a mobile crisis, I would assume the more people you see, the more reimbursement you get. Is that true, like most Medi-Cal reimbursement?
If the persons are eligible and or have Medi-Cal, yes. But I do want to reiterate that while this is a Medi-Cal funded program overall, and the majority of the crises that we do see in our system are persons who do have Medi-Cal, this will be a service available to all county residents as needed, of course.
And then the request is just to maybe, walk us through what a day for a practitioner would be in mobile crisis now, where we're trying to be introspective and seeing that our service level efficiency is not maybe what would be recommended, and then walk us through a day in how you envision it for the future.
Okay. All right. So am I going to respond to that? I'm going to wait a minute and I'm going to percolate on that while we, okay.
I was going to say, I thought you were looking at me, and I was like, I don't have the answer to that. So you're going to percolate. We're going to go to other questions then. Supervisor Hartman?
I have two questions. And maybe this relates to Supervisor Williams, but you said that the use has doubled just in January. So I wonder if you could just describe in more detail some of the things you've already put in place that account for that. And then my second question, I know that we've been exploring the role that the fire department might play either in co-response or mobile crisis. I'm not sure which, but I wonder if you could comment on how that fits into this overall strategy.
Okay. So first of all, the doubling is it's not went from a small number to a less small number, and we look forward to it being an even larger number as time goes on. But I think what accounts for the change, and I know that Laura Zeitz is here, and is John. Oh, hi, John Winkler. I looked right past him. John Winkler is also here. He's our branch chief over the crisis services. So you can correct me if I'm wrong. But I think part of it is, and this is one of the things that we heard, and I know that KPMG heard from our stakeholders in their meetings with them, that there were times when mobile crisis previously received a call and they would assess over the phone. Maybe law enforcement would call and they would ask questions and say, oh yeah, that doesn't sound like a crisis that we would need to 5154. So you could just go ahead and handle it. We're not going to respond. What the Mobile Crisis Benefit Plan mandate requires is that we respond no matter what. And that is best practice crisis services, that we don't ask questions. We're not responding to detain or hold or 5150 or 5585. We are responding to de-escalate, to stabilize, to provide support as quickly as possible in the community. And so I think just that simple shift, we're already seeing an increase in the amount of service we provide. And then in regard to co-response with fire. So under the Medi-Cal benefit plan, there is a stipulation that a third member of the team may be a emergency medical worker. Is that right? Okay, yes. And so there are opportunities, and there are some counties that have already started to engage with their fire departments to provide that in certain areas where maybe their fire departments receive a lot of calls that actually turn out to be mental health related, that are impacting someone's physical health, and or they have co-occurring complex medical and mental health needs. So that is still an option, and we have actually been talking to the fire department. You know, they have a lot going on right now too, and so as they are implementing and establishing their new framework for functioning, we are talking alongside them. I know that John Winkler meets regularly with their clinical nursing head of nursing to discuss how a pilot and a project with us partnering in this co-response for mobile crisis may work.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I'm just trying to kind of figure out the math on the co-response teams, because I see we only have 4 at this point, and I thought we had more at some point, and so I'm trying to understand how we got back down to 4. I know we funded an extra position there. I thought the city co-responses were actually additions to our existing structure, so I'm trying to figure out how that all fits.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, the co-response that we evaluated in this report were the sheriff's co-response team. And okay, so we actually, I'm going to defer to Vivian on the number in the co-response, because we actually do have co-response in Santa Maria, in Santa Barbara, and again, I will defer to John Winkler as to the status of our co-response that is in West County.
So we have 6 teams total right now. We have
John, come on up. You don't get to hide in the back.
we have 6 teams total. We have 4.
Hold on just a second.
It was already on. Now it's on now, right? Okay. So we have 6 teams total. We have 4 teams with Sheriff's Department. We have 1 team with Santa Barbara PD and 1 team with Santa Maria PD. So the 4 sheriffs, there are 2 in South County and 1 in North and 1 in West County. So 6 teams total.
So we're not including the city teams as part of this study?
Not all of those teams were in existence, I think, when KPMG did their review. We just recently added a new team with the Sheriff's Department. That was through the CCP funding. And I think the Santa Maria PD team probably started potentially after KPMG's review.
Well, I know that that's been funded by the city for quite some time, but we weren't able to find a clinician. Are we now able?
Yes, yeah, it's fully operational, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I don't know who to ask this question. So the question I had, or the discrepancy I had in the way it worked and the way I thought it worked, was the co-response being together and partnering. And how do we, I didn't hear the answer, maybe I missed it, on how that's going to work in the future of partnering together, same vehicle, same office, same, being partners. Adam 12 style.
I think currently we have teams. So for instance, the Santa Maria team is stationed at the Santa Maria PD office. We have teams, our co-response clinician here in South County, those clinicians do ride and are responding alongside their officers. The mobile crisis benefit is separate in that under the state plan and requirement, law enforcement cannot be a regular member of the team, or the benefit package does not apply. However, of course, and always, as happens in throughout the state for the entire tenure of my time as a professional in mental health in the state, when teams respond on crisis that don't have law enforcement involved. When law enforcement is necessary, those teams have immediate access and do call 911 for support and assistance. Should that happen in this case, Medi-Cal will not reimburse us because danger and safety always comes first, right? So there will be branches within our crisis system. There is the co-response team of an officer or a deputy with a therapist.
And let me just make it clear for me. So in that situation, co-response, those people are in the same office, traveling together to the site.
Yes, they are traveling together to the site. I don't always know that they're in the same office. I think here in South County, our staff are in our crisis office and the deputies are up the hill.
Why is that? It doesn't seem efficient to me.
I think that is definitely part of our revamp and overhaul that we will continue to evaluate. And in fact, the teams that were put in later since I began, such as Santa Maria, they are co-located. And I'm not sure about the Lompoc just yet.
Okay. And then can you explain why on the crisis, why the state law is written that way? What's that trying to protect? It seems just common sense that you would have those people traveling together. I don't understand that. What's that trying to protect against?
Well, I think that it's important to know that historically, crisis response for mental health has been in the state of California and nationwide, in many places, the purview of the behavioral health department. That it is the behavioral health department in teams who respond to folks who are having mental health crisis. And when they get on the scene, if it is ascertained that there may be some higher level of need or the ability to detain someone for their own safety, then law enforcement was called in that way. Over time, and probably, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 years ago, probably closer to 10 years ago, it became clear that responding in some cases, when you could ascertain from a screening tool that this might need a higher level of care, responding separately wasted valuable time for the person in crisis. And so there became this new model of co-response that also became an option within a system of care. Many counties throughout the state of California, and I can speak directly to those in Southern California, at least Ventura and below, do have teams that have always had multiple options. They have developed co-response teams in the past few years, but also maintain the team-only approach for mobile crisis, because there are definitely, and again, as we look at disparities and inequity and stigma and all those kinds of things, we actually do have folks that call our access line and say, are you going to send the police?
Right.
And when our access line says, yes, we send police on all calls, they hang up. And we have no idea where they are. And again, not through any fault of any operation. Right. I mean, I think our co-response teams are, but that's just what happens. So having the range of options is important.
So, but that seems like two different scenarios to me, like a person that's actually in crisis with their family at their home or something. But how many of our calls percentage-wise are, I keep, in my mind, I keep thinking of homeless individuals, right? Mm-hmm. That's where I would think a majority of our calls are coming from, of people saying there's this person. Am I mistaken? Is like, I mean, like the other day we had somebody out in front of our office. We don't call, I mean, generally I think people call 911 because they don't know where else to call and say this person's in stress or a situation. In that situation, does co-response show up, or does that then get forwarded to the behavioral wellness department?
Again, I think there is a standardized screening tool from the state that evaluates level of urgency, need, and potential danger. I think anytime you are looking at someone who is behaving erratically, that you are concerned about erratic and unpredictable behavior, that when you look at that screening tool, that is a higher level of need versus someone who you may see sitting on the corner weeping uncontrollably for hours.
Right.
So those two things both happen in persons that are unhoused, and both of them would probably, I think, per the screening tool, dictate a much different response, certainly.
Okay. All right, a lot to chew on there. So Any other questions, Supervisor Capps?
Yeah, thank you for asking those questions. And I just appreciate again, Director Navarro, that you've, by all accounts, have embraced this kind of scrutiny and trying to figure out the systems. And my question's related to the access lines and just the there's different numbers and different lines and different age groups. And I know there's a recommendation to sync them all together. Can you elaborate more on that than was in the presentation, please?
Well, in our county for many years, we've operated with a separate safety is the name of the program, which is a crisis lines for youth and adolescents. I think in KPMG's review, looking at fiscal efficiency and response efficiency, there may be some changes that could actually provide better response, more effective fiscal responsibility for the county behavioral health department. But at this point in time, we're going slow on that recommendation. We agree that in bringing everyone under the same team and allowing for all to have specialization across an age range is an important part of an effective overall crisis response team for behavioral health. But we have operated in this separate way for so long that we're going to slow roll that one and see really the number of calls we're receiving for youth and children. We continue to assess that given, again, the marketing campaigns and the community engagement that are also part of the recommendations that we have. And further down the line, we'll evaluate that recommendation further.
Thank you. But in addition to, there's a different line at night versus during the day. So are you also
It's the same line. It's so
different,
you mean for the youth? For the youth?
Or you explain. I had a hard time understanding.
For the call, it's the access line is the 24/7 number, as well as 911 and 988.
So
those
is it
are
a different
those are
vendor
24/7.
A different vendor then answers the overnight?
Yes, during the day, it will be Be Well access line team answering the call, and overnight, we will have we're looking to contract with the local vendor in our county that has more aligned knowledge with Be Well in terms of the needs of our community, what may be happening in our community. Right now, it is Protocol is our overnight answering service, and they work in collaboration with our mobile crisis teams that are on call, our leadership that are on call overnight. It's the same number, though. It's just a different group of folks answering the phone.
And do we have a sense of, I know that you included some utilization rates. The average call, I think, is 71 per day, if I'm reading the report correctly. I mean, most people call 911. Is that, or what would you say? Can you just elaborate on sort of, it kind of maybe speaks to Supervisor Williams' question of like a day in the life, like who's answering these calls versus 911, and how does that synergy work?
I think the key consideration and recommendation for us to do a marketing campaign and a wider public engagement speaks to the fact that many in our county do not have the awareness that in a mental health crisis, there is a specific mental health number to call for Be Well, and that the majority of people do call 911 and expect that there will be some division of labor, if you will, on the back end of that call for the right response. And so I think that, you know, as we continue to push forward with our many presentations at meetings, different public events, and push out the marketing campaign on the mobile crisis benefit plan, our hope is that persons will actually reach out sooner than later. When people are calling 911, people are in a place where things are more likely imminent and more urgent. We are really encouraging, as we present the mobile crisis benefit out to the community, for people to really utilize us early on. When you have a loved one who's exhibiting some change in their personality, some change in their behavior, versus waiting too long down the road, call us and we will send someone out to you to assess, evaluate, and help you get connected to care versus waiting till something more dire comes up.
Thank you. Well said. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. You know, it just occurred to me that as we move towards a dispatch system, a 911 with our EMS side of that in the future, as somebody calls 911, realize it's not a law enforcement call, goes to our our EMS dispatch at that point, then they would be able to dispatch mobile crisis there as well. Is that kind of how the model potentially could work as well?
To be honest with you, I'm going to let Suzanne Grimacy answer that because she has been the person who has been coordinating with all of our dispatch partners around this aspect of the mobile crisis benefit plan. Is that?
Hi, Suzanne.
Can you repeat the question again, now that I know it's
Yes,
targeted at me
so
and I can answer?
Yeah, I was asking about, we're now going to a dispatch system in the county where we're the law enforcement side, and then we're going to be, it's breaking off to the EMS side.
Mhm.
So in the future, as we get some of these calls to 911, and once it's determined not to be a safety issue as far as law enforcement's concerned, will we expect to see those dispatchers potentially dispatch mobile crisis from our dispatch center, or is it always going to have to go through one of these phone lines?
Yeah, no, I think you can expect to see that. And we're still in the process, as you can imagine, of talking through and kind of figuring out what the system will look like, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep, that's the goal.
Yeah, no, and that would be powerful, right?
Yeah.
To be able to, I know 911 can kind of be a knee-jerk reaction for people, but it is, 50 years of
Yes.
branding that gets that into people's minds. I think it's just probably really important for the call taker to screen those appropriately. It's probably a really important part of that process. But once it's parsed off to the EMS side, it seems like this would be a great way for it to make that connection. I think one of the struggles is, there's all these different systems and they're layered, and do you call the 1-800 number or 211 or 911? And the five of us up here, that we live and breathe this, and we're sometimes confused. I can only imagine what the public feels. We just had a meeting yesterday afternoon, just getting back to community services department about the homeless person that was out in front of Steve and I's office, that we were trying to help get services to make sure that we were, what is the right protocol for us on that, because we need to be reminded, and we're part of the decision makers up here. So is whatever way we can get that into the right chute and move in as quickly as possible, I think would be better for the overall public. Thank you.
Yeah. I just have to say, I think you're layering and as you talk about the many complex systems that have been independently established for so many years, this is, although, the mobile crisis benefit guidance came out in June, and so we had several months to plan and get ready to really coordinate on the dispatch and really get people to understand and speak each other's language and get that running smoothly, will take some time. But I think we're encouraged that all are really committed to making sure, we get the right treatment at the right time in the right place for folks.
Okay. Very good. So
Should I
do you want
circle
to go
back to
back
DOS?
to, did we noodle long enough there?
Yeah, I think so. I think, again, really looking at the mobile crisis, the crisis team's approach and functioning within this county prior to the evaluation by KPMG was really that we are crisis, and crisis means somebody who's at this really high level and maybe needing some 5150 evaluation, and that's our expertise, and responding in that. We are now, and so a day may be where you are part of the crisis team, you're fielding calls, you may respond to one or two of those during the day that ends up to be at that really critical level, like, oh, for sure, this is gonna be a 5150, or for children and youth, 5585, so I'm gonna roll and respond. Gonna call my law enforcement partners, make sure they meet me at the scene, because again, the way the staffing was set up, we only had one person available to respond to a call at a time. And so now a day in the life is going to be fielding calls and responding much more often as people become aware of this support and help that people can get. People call the access line and are feeling like, and the access line is starting to ascertain like, oh, this is not a high level, this is somebody who could probably benefit from the crisis team right now. Then we are starting to have calls, and the crisis teams together will be getting more calls and being much more active in the field. Responding, not waiting, also increasing their collaboration and communication with the co-response teams, because it may be that as we build capacity and as folks start to utilize the mobile crisis for that early on support that we're hoping that they will, there may be times when the teams need to work with co-response for them to respond to another call if there is a call that we are attending to. So I think that it's going to be busier and it already is for folks in the Mobile Crisis Benefit Plan, busier doing the rewarding work of taking care of the members of our community and keeping them safe and attended to and cared for, but also really building partnerships. It's one of the silver linings that I see in establishing this new service and mandate program is what it's allowed us to move along in terms of our collaboration and partnerships with, dispatch, law enforcement, our emergency room. So all of that is building the community, the collective community mission to serve.
Excellent. Oh, Supervisor Hartman.
So Medi-Cal will reimburse for those who qualify for that benefit, but you will respond to people who don't have Medi-Cal. Is that correct?
Certainly.
And then how do we recover those costs?
Well, I think, one of the lessons learned that's coming for us, and one of the things that hoping in our work with KPMG is we will also start to evaluate, again, understanding we have our regular mobile crisis team of one person still available out there for lower level type of responses. And we have our crisis clinic teams available. So really looking at the calls and who comes in, and is there a way to ascertain if we have who are we going to dispatch? Which team are we going to dispatch? We have multiple teams available.
Okay. Any other comments? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I just wanted to commend Director Navarro for asking for this, and I understand where you're going with it and hoping to really bolster up our mobile side, and I think that's good. I just want to keep in the back of our minds that, crisis suggests urgency, and I know that's something that absolutely needs, I'm actually got a text from a family member out there that, that they've had some concerns about crisis response on the timeliness of that. And, obviously sometimes a crisis has to get escalated to 911 because they're not able to have receive services immediately. And so I think that's one of the places that we need to make sure that as we move to that, that we keep that in mind. And I really applaud the idea of getting people out of the clinics and into the cars and into the street and meeting the issue where it's at. I do want to continue to offer my support for co-response. I don't see these things as either or. I think these are obviously great complements, and I don't want to see the growth of our mobile crisis in any way cannibalize our co-response program. So I just want to make sure I said that for the record as well. So those are my comments. Thank you.
All right. Very good. I would just say in closing, there's no public comment on this. We already went to that. No.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Well, I'd just like to thank Bill from KPMG and the whole team once again, and CEO Miyasato for putting us into this whole introspective mindset. The only way we're ever going to improve and get better and more efficient is to kind of do the ugly self analysis. So I appreciate too, Director Navarro, this, asking for this is above and beyond, but it's something we all need to know more about. And the more we talk about it in the public, I think the more information gets out there and the better we're going to be in helping our community. So thank you very much. All right, can I get a motion for the items?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, that would be a motion to approve staff recommended actions A through D.
A through D.
I move to approve staff recommended actions A through D.
Second. Okay, we'll go with Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman, and Supervisor Williams, you'll be the third. So all those in favor, move to your vote button, and all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Excellent. Okay, so here's the question. we're kind of on the border of moving forward with 6 and go to potable reuse, or let's go for it. All right. We will now go to, Madam Clerk, can you please read in departmental item number 6 into the record?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 6 is from the Public Works Department and the Board of Directors, Water Agency, Board of Directors, Laguna County Sanitation District. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a county-wide potable reuse study and Laguna County Sanitation District groundwater recharge evaluation.
All right. Oh, you need a clicker. You need the remote. It's always the hardest thing to find. Found in the seat cushion. All right, good spot. Chris, you kicking this off? Matt?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Good morning still, Chair Lavanino and board. Chris Ned with Public Works. We're here talking about a different kind of water than we talked about this morning. But in September 22, 2022, your board asked us to look at some options for potable reuse. And we're back here today with 2 reports for you. Matt Young from the Water Agency will be presenting on the county-wide potable reuse evaluation study that was done. And then we have Kevin Thompson from Laguna Sanitation, who will be presenting on Laguna Sanitation specific work that has been done. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Matt Young to get started.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. On September 13th, 2022, the Water Agency Board of Directors directed staff to evaluate opportunities for potable reuse of wastewater in Santa Barbara County. The Water Agency subsequently contracted with Carollo engineers to produce the countywide potable reuse evaluation as a supplement to the 2015 Long-Term Supplemental Water Supply Alternatives Report. On the same date, your board, acting as the Laguna County Sanitation District Board of Directors, authorized Laguna to contract with Carollo engineers for a study of groundwater recharge using wastewater in the Santa Maria groundwater basin. Before we get into the study, I want to take a minute to explain what we mean by potable reuse. There are 2 primary types of wastewater reuse considered in this study: indirect and direct potable reuse. Indirect potable reuse, or IPR, is where wastewater is treated with advanced purification processes to drinking water standards and injected into a groundwater basin. It then sits in the basin for a given travel time before being pumped back out and used in the potable drinking water system. Direct potable reuse, or DPR, is where wastewater is treated and delivered directly back through the potable system, without going through that intermediate groundwater storage step. The countywide potable reuse evaluation is a high-level study that documents and summarizes what each of the wastewater treatment utilities in the county are doing regarding treatment and the end use of that water, and to develop recommendations for increased potable reuse implementation. To accomplish this goal, Carollo surveyed all 18 wastewater utilities within the county to document the current treatment, uses, and disposal mechanisms. 4 potential projects were identified for the development of planning-level project evaluations based on a combination of utility interest and evaluations of feasibility and benefit. For these 4 projects, Carollo developed and evaluated alternatives for reuse and ultimately developed implementation plans for these projects in a summary report. The 4 selected projects included projects at the cities of Buellton and Solvang, a combined project with both cities, and at the Summerlin Sanitary District. For each project, Carollo looked comprehensively at where the purified water could be best put to use, either indirectly or directly, and what infrastructure would be required to implement this. As you can imagine, when dealing with turning wastewater into drinking water, there are significant regulatory hurdles. For each project, regulatory requirements were summarized, process flow diagrams were developed for meeting these requirements, and planning level costs were estimated. These figures for the Buellton-Solvang combined project show a bit of the work that went into each project. A site-specific design and treatment process was developed based on available land at each facility. Groundwater evaluations were conducted to identify suitable locations for injection wells with appropriate travel times. Pipeline alignments were also developed for conveying treated water to injection sites. Not shown, but also evaluated, were methods for disposing of concentrated waste brine after advanced treatment. These projects are all significant capital infrastructure projects and come with significant costs. Capital costs for Solvang are in the order of $175 to $200 million. Buellton on the order of 70 to 91 million, and the combined facility on the order of 198 to 220 million. In all cases, DPR is significantly more expensive than IPR to implement. Combining the two facilities does yield significant cost savings versus constructing them separately. These projects would produce between 350 to 500 acre-feet a year in new potable water, but the unit cost in dollars per acre-feet is quite high compared to other sources. However, many of the benefits of reuse go beyond just the new potable water, importantly including meeting stringent regulatory requirements for the current discharge of wastewater. Contrary to these projects, the Summerlin Sanitary District project did not contemplate building a new advanced treatment facility, but rather constructing a conveyance system to bring raw wastewater to Carpinteria Sanitary District, where an indirect potable reuse facility is already contemplated for construction. Two scenarios of different flows were developed, with capital costs ranging from roughly $17 to $20 million. However, Summerlin Sanitary anticipated significant capital costs already related to needed infrastructure improvements at its existing wastewater treatment plant in Ocean Outfall. Next steps in these projects include a follow-on study for Summerlin Sanitary District. Late in the project, Montecito Water District and Sanitary District expressed an interest in looking at having Summerlin send their raw wastewater to Montecito rather than Carpinteria. Summerlin, the two Montecito agencies, and the County Water Agency will be jointly conducting a supplemental study to evaluate conveyance to Montecito as an alternative to Carpinteria. For the Solvang and Buellton projects, a number of technical, legal, and regulatory steps are detailed in the report. In particular, discharge permitting negotiations with state regulators would likely drive ultimate sizing, design, and selection of these facilities. With that, I will hand it over to Kevin Thompson of Laguna County Sanitation District for a discussion of the next project.
Thank you, Matt. Board of Directors, through the chair, pleased today to present on a report that was also done for the Laguna County Sanitation District. The County of Santa Barbara created Laguna County Sanitation District in the 1950s as a result of rising housing costs in the town of Orchit, and it continues to serve to this day. Today's report, we're focusing on groundwater recharge. We're defining planning level costs, opportunities, and also challenges of implementing such a project in the Santa Maria Valley area. Let's focus on the current treatment train at the plant. So the plant currently recycles 100% of its water to sites. The most recent one being put online was Waller Park. All of its flow comes from Orchid, some from the southern Santa Maria area. We're going to focus mainly on a parallel treatment train which was added about 20 years ago to treat high salts generated by generating salt water softeners, which consists of an equalization basin, membrane bioreactor, and reverse osmosis units, and UV disinfection. The reverse osmosis concentrate, which is generated as part of its process, is sent through a 6-mile long pipeline, which is currently in use, and also a disposal well. We're going to continue to look at this pipeline, and because our reverse osmosis units are common in IPR projects, we plan to use this. One potential project is a fast track project, which is focusing on the high salt treatment train. This project could produce roughly 500,000 gallons per day, and the pro of this project, it's able to be implemented most immediately. It allows for potential expansion to even a larger size. It's important to note we're not needing to upsize that 6-mile long pipeline we referenced earlier. However, it does not produce as much product water as Project 2. Project 2 focuses on the entire plant. It adds additional reverse osmosis units, and so that's an obvious pro for this as it produces more water. However, more modifications are required. With that comes increased costs, which we'll talk about. In addition, we're having to upsize that 6-mile long pipeline and also the disposal well. We can note that this configuration can accommodate up to 3.5 million gallons a day, which is close to the Orchid community plan build out. So that's something to note. So now that we treated the water, we have to put it somewhere. So this talks about purified water injection strategy. We looked at two different options. One is a spreading operation, and we're using existing infrastructure to get us to the Getty Basin, which is owned and operated by the Flood Control District, which this just inherently, because we're not installing new infrastructure, could be a lot of cost savings there. However, there's complexity in coordinating with another district and their seasonal use. Option two, we're building a new pipeline and injection wells on Laguna County District-owned property. Pros of this is we're not limited by seasonal use. We could do year-round injection. However, we are looking at new infrastructure, so this is the preferred alternative. Now that we talked about injection, let's talk about where we're injecting it into. It's the Santa Maria Valley Groundwater Basin. Some quick facts on this basin. Wells generally pull from the deep aquifer, and it flows generally towards the ocean, northwest. It's noted that this is an adjudicated basin, and the impacts of the adjudication are not on today's topics to talk about. We also looked at, just like Matt's report, we looked at travel time for the injected water. Long story short, initial analysis shows that we can be compliant with regulations, and we plan to continue to look at this groundwater modeling. Boron is also another constituent of concern. It's a basin plan requirement for certain concentrations in wastewater. It tends to be typically higher than groundwater because of products such as laundry detergents. We plan to address boron through regulatory pathways, one being assimilative capacity, which looks at dilution within the existing groundwater basin. This approach is common in IPR projects, and so we're confident it can be done. And as such, we are incorporating a regulatory pathway in the following cost estimates. These cost estimates are shown. The takeaway point is that for each project, project one and number two, they're pretty cost competitive. And just for reference, they're roughly a quarter of the cost from Matt's presentation, looking at the Solvang-Buellton combined plant. This can be credited to, we already have an equalization basin, we already have membrane bioreactors and versus osmosis units online. We're pretty much plug and play here at Laguna. We already have a brine disposal well and pipeline, land and easements already set up. This slide looks at the next steps, and the project really becomes live at year 3. We're currently in year 1. To get us to the implementation phase, we have to go through planning and demonstration. We've already looked at some planning. This document itself is a planning document. We're currently under contract with Corello Engineers to continue this, and we're tackling the majority of the items in blue and green here. Thanks to a grant to cover those costs. To get us to the year 3 mark, the major hurdle that we see is to develop a financial model and governing approach, because the sanitation district is currently not set up to be a water purveyor. So we will be coming to talk with the board at a later date to look at additional actions and opportunities to do that. This slide shows the recommended actions, and for sake of time, we'll move to questions. Thank you.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you for this presentation. Don't be surprised that I'm most interested in the Laguna County Sanitation District groundwater recharge project specifically. You know, I actually have to give credit to my colleague Supervisor Hartman for really sparking my interest in this. We were at CSAC a year ago, and we got a chance to tour the Orange County water districts, their groundwater replenishment system. For those in the public that don't know, so similar technology, you know, keeps Orange County alive. Without these types of technologies, you wouldn't be able to maintain the growth that they've had out there. You know, the last point you made there, Kevin, was about governance and the financial model, and that's, to me, that's what this is all about. At the end of the day, we got to figure that out. You know, it's not just governance and finance, it's also legal. You know, it's a basin that is under adjudication. Just because we produce that water at you know, I'm seeing at $4,000 to $5,000 an acre foot, that doesn't necessarily mean that we get credit for that. That could be used. For the public and my colleagues, right now, to have an acre foot for development in the Santa Maria Valley, there's only one source that you can get water from, and that's the city of Santa Maria. They have excess state water that they sell for development, and right now they sell that for about $65,000 to $70,000 an acre foot, which is a huge impediment to any type of affordable growth in our community, and also causes some other political issues that we wrestle with in the county, especially in the Santa Maria Valley. So I'm really interested in seeing it move forward, but there's a lot more work that we need to do. I don't know how that's working legally, because I think we need to kind of answer some of those questions. I hope as we move forward and potentially ask those questions to the court, who is the, because again, some basins have water masters, some basins have Sigma boards. You know, our basin is under continuing jurisdiction of a court. And so, you know, I think a lot of these questions end up going to them and asking them these questions on whether these are going to work. I think other questions that we should ask when we do open up that can would also be, you know, can we get additional credits for things like recycled projects? You know, on the project that we have in the in Wallet Park, where we have that tank where we have 1 million gallons of recycled water. We're offsetting pumping of the basin significantly by doing that, and we did that with no additional credit to Laguna Sanitation or the county for that offsetting of the pumping of our groundwater basin. So those are things I would like to see happen. You know, my approach has always been all the above: indirect potable reuse, recycled water, conservation. If you want to send some more state water down, we'll take a look at that too. Additional groundwater recharge through retaining more water in Twitchell. You know, we have a lot of technologies that are advancing here, and so we need to hit all of them. But at the end of the day, these are financial decisions that, you know, on how we prioritize these endeavors. And one thing that I don't want to do is, at the end of the day, if we realize that the only way we can move forward with this is just taxing the existing Laguna Sanitation users so that they pay for future growth, there's not going to be a political stomach for that in the Laguna Sanitation area. So I just want to put that warning out there. Laguna Sanitation has made significant upgrades to comply with state regional water quality goals, and that has led to doubling of rates over the last 10 years there, and some significant plant upgrades. It's definitely a jewel of the wastewater treatment plants in the area, but it also has come at a cost to a lot of people, especially those with fixed incomes, that are having to cover those costs on their property tax bills. So there's a lot going on there, but I just want to get all that out there. I'm excited about it. I really am thankful. Thank you, Kevin, for your presentation here, and Marty for your leadership on this, and Matt and the whole entire team. So looking forward to seeing more with this.
Excellent. Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Capps?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I actually appreciate the timing of having this conversation right after we just had incredible rains and more to come, because it similarly, there's headlines in our local papers, thanks to Cal Matters, of you know, that we have globally high depletion of groundwater in California. So my questions all kind of stem around, like, what's next? That's where I want to go. I appreciate the study. I'm glad that this board previously asked for these studies, but I noted close to the holidays that the State Water Board actually now has made possible the regulations for potable reuse. And so I'm just wondering, where do we go from here with these studies? I know that there's differences with different agencies and a lot of complications, but I'm anxious to understand what the next steps are.
Director Capps, or the chair, I'll take the first shot at that, and maybe Kevin can add to it.
Sure.
But so for the county-wide study, you know, as you know, the county, other than Laguna, doesn't own this wastewater infrastructure. And so for the agencies that we prepared this study for and in collaboration with, it's going to be up to them to decide, as they evaluate this and other water supply sources and wastewater discharge opportunities and challenges, whether it's worth the significant cost to go through this. Now, as they make those decisions, I think we as the county agency have an opportunity to support them, either financially through some cost sharing or just with expertise. But ultimately, it's the decision of those particular utilities whether or not it's worth it to their ratepayers to implement these solutions.
And what are those, I mean, can you elaborate at all, maybe just what those conversations have been like, the sharing of these studies, what's the collaboration there?
Sure. So these studies were done in very close collaboration with these agencies. So initially, the survey of the 18 utilities, we said, first off, give us all this information, let us evaluate what the opportunities are, and then raise your hand. Who wants this study? Who sees an opportunity for themselves and for their communities to use this technology? And so Buellton, Solvang, and Summerlin were the three that really directly wanted it, and importantly, had the integration between wastewater treatment and surface water drinking water delivery. So in some cases elsewhere in the county, the sanitary district might have been interested in the study, but the water purveyor, drinking water purveyor, was not as interested in using it. And so in those cases, if there's nobody to use the drinking water that you're producing, it's not viable to go forward. So in these cases, the cities of Buellton and Solvang were very interested and very curious about what these projects might look like in their communities. And so we worked very closely with their utility staff and public works staff in order to develop these projects, down to site-specific siting. Where would the new equipment be placed on the ground in these locations? So it was a very close collaboration. I think that the dollar amounts were surprising, eye-opening for these communities, and so they're looking very closely at this relative to their other opportunities.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman?
Yes, I remember the ribbon cutting where I looked at that million-gallon tank, and it was, and how many millions of gallons are we producing at Laguna San?
Director Hartman, through the chair. We currently produce 100% of our effluent as recycled water. So it's roughly 1.7 million gallons per day that we produce. To that site, on an annual average, it's roughly 0.3, just based on demand. We also have other users as well.
But I mean, I guess my point is 1 million gallons, and we're almost producing that, twice that every day. And so it's a lot of water. And so it's great when it's being recycled and used for irrigation, and we don't have to invest so much energy and we get a benefit from it. But it's really an invaluable resource, and so I'm so glad that you have studied this and looked at it. I think I missed the point on direct reuse. The state now has regulations that allow for that. And so how does that play into the price?
Director Hartman, through the chair. For Laguna's study, we only looked at indirect potable reuse. And on Matt's study, I don't want to speak for him, but they also looked at direct potable reuse, which it easily doubles the cost because of increased treatment needs.
Direct doubles the cost?
At least, yeah. I think they've studied it, and there's class 5 level cost estimates.
Just to add to that, Director Hartman, through the chair, for example, for the Solvang-Buellton combined facility, the cheapest option with the 6-month travel time for the groundwater for indirect potable reuse was $1.9 million. I'm sorry, that's the O&M costs. 1 second. That seemed way too low. It was, for the 6-month travel time, it was $10.7 million for capital costs. The direct potable was roughly $12 million for capital costs. So, a little more than 10% more, roughly, $1.2 million more.
Okay. So cities like Buellton and Solvang, I hope they were appreciative of us doing this. So what does the Infrastructure Act say, or what are grant opportunities available? How favorably do the federal or state government look at small communities trying to do this?
Director Hartman, through the chair. I can give an example. So I mentioned that Carpinteria Water District is currently working on a advanced treatment facility called the Carpinteria Advanced Purification Project, or CAP. To date, they have secured more than $20 million worth of grants, including some through the IRWM program that came to your board last year. But that's a significant amount of funding towards that project, roughly more than half based on the last cost estimate for building
So
it.
40 million is, but for Solvang and Buellton, we're talking 120 million?
It's significantly higher based on current infrastructure. Yes.
Wow.
And I think Kevin might have something to add as well.
Well, I'm just really excited to see this. I have, the cheapest water is collecting stormwater. And I know you've done a study on that, but I worry that with all the housing and things that we're actually building over stormwater basins, and could you tell me where we are and how we can be more effective at protecting and actually using, and what it would take to revamp some of our infrastructure so we're not shunting stormwater out to the sea as quickly as possible and figuring out ways to capture it. When Governor Newsom was here, he says we've got to re-engineer our whole state plumbing. So what do we have to do in the county?
Director Hartman, through the chair. So stormwater management is a very multifaceted process. So I'll talk through a few of the steps. The first step is reducing impervious surfaces. And so that happens through the planning process. So as projects come in, planners, both in the planning department and in public works, in Project Clean Water, they need to work to make sure that new projects maintain perviousness of the surface, and that means letting the water infiltrate through the soil. Don't pave over everything. Let the water infiltrate, percolate into the groundwater basins, percolate in the subsurface. It has water quality benefits, and also, as you said, prevents the water, slows it down, prevents it from flowing out to the ocean right away and into our stormwater system. So the first step is good planning, low impact development, making sure the water doesn't run off quickly. The second is we have existing stormwater infrastructure in various parts of the county to detain that water, again, slow it down, percolate it. There are basins throughout the North County area in particular that capture that water, again, slow it down and infiltrate some of it. In the South County, we have very steep slopes, we have expensive land, and limited areas, so they're certainly less prevalent than they are in North County. But you mentioned our stormwater study. It does identify areas with significant opportunity to again, detain that water and infiltrate it. And so it's a matter of continuing to work with our partners at water districts and cities to make sure that these projects get implemented.
If I might add, I mean, I lived in LA for a while, and they were really aggressive at using parks and athletic fields and really focused on that. And it had, if land is precious, then get multiple benefits from the same parcel. How would you estimate our status is in that regard?
Supervisor or Director Hartman, through the chair. There are some parks, for example, near your North County Board of Supervisors hearing room, there's soccer fields that get inundated during the wet season. They slow down that water, they percolate it, and then during the dry season, you have a nice, beautiful park and soccer field. The Stormwater Resources Plan that we developed and was approved in 2021 does identify parks also in central part of the county that are owned by public agencies and as well as the South County, where there are opportunities. Again, I think the issue is that we need to find ways to work with our partners on this, and also to identify funding opportunities. Because if you are doing these projects simply as, for example, ways to increase your water supply on that dollar per acre foot basis, they don't pencil out. So we need to look at multi-benefit opportunities, look at the water quality improvements that come from it, look at ways of increasing open space, as well as the water resources benefits in order to get these projects funded.
So I have two more questions. You have a lot of experience with Sigma, and I'm just wondering how much this is a policy within Sigma agencies. And then the second is if we were to give you direction on stormwater, just because now I'm seeing how the price may be a lot better than recycled water, what kind of direction would we give you to partner better with other agencies?
Certainly. So with respect to Sigma, I believe that most of the GSAs, groundwater sustainability agencies within the county, have identified stormwater capture as an opportunity and as a management action at various levels of priority. So some areas, for example, the eastern part of San Ynez, most of that area is undeveloped, right? So there's not a lot of pervious surfaces where we're looking to capture that quick flow runoff after a storm. It'd be more about trying to find ways to find on-farm recharge to slow down that water and prevent a lot of the soil from eroding. In the South County GSAs, for example, Carpinteria or Montecito, I know Montecito is potentially interested. We've had conversations with them at the County Water Agency where there's overlap between their groundwater sustainability plan and our stormwater resources plan, for example, some opportunities at county parks potentially for improving stormwater recharge. So it really depends on the topography and the development status of the area in terms of how well it plays into the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act process. In terms of direction, I know that your board, when I presented my annual water resources report last fall, Director Hartman, in fact, you gave us direction to come back with some more information on stormwater resources. And we are working on that within the Public Works Department, and we're hoping to get you something, I think, this summer on that. But we'd be happy to get any further, more specific direction if you have any today.
I think we can wait till summer.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I think, what we're really looking at is communities' bet on the future, right? Because recycled water is more expensive, it is more energy intensive than, say, Kachuma water or Twitcher water. It is, but you have to be making the bet that you won't need anything more than Twitchell or Kachuma water to place that bet. It's generally far more cost effective than desalinization, and so and it's definitely far less energy intensive than desalinization. And so I think it's a responsible middle bet. Betting that we're going to need more water, but but doing so in the way that's most cost effective, most resource effective in the long run. And even though these numbers are intimidating, you look at that cost per acre feet in the full implementation. It is less per acre feet, and the bet is in the long run we're going to need more access to water, not less.
And Chair Lavanino said I could respond. With long droughts, we'll have to have this.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanio. So did I hear right? We have a second study come in, how does that inform the Laguna project?
Director Nelson, through the chair. That's correct. We currently have a second contract with Carollo Engineers to continue aspects of the planning and demonstration phase, which we previously talked about. That report should be finished in August, at which time we could come back to the board and discuss that.
At that time, we'll need some more help on the financials and governance
We're hoping
pieces
to
and legal.
exactly. We're hoping to have a couple options. We're talking with co-sponsors, so we're hoping to be able to talk more at that point.
And as we are looking at costs, obviously there's ratepayers, but are there other grants or revenue streams out there for these types of projects? Are there, what's that grant environment look like?
Thank you. So the major one is a USBR grant, which could be 35% of the project costs, and that's part of the study with Carollo is to develop a report that is compliant with the grant application for USBR, so we could just submit it and be a lot more likely to obtain that. grant.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful.
All right, I think that closes out all of our conversation. Can I get a motion for items A and B?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Supervisor Hartman, seconded by Supervisor Williams. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And we're now going to recess to closed session. Can County Council please read the items for consideration today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. In closed session today, the board is scheduled to consider one item of anticipated litigation, deciding whether to initiate civil litigation, one case. And the time estimate is 25 to 30 minutes. I think we could be back at 12:45.
Okay, well, let's take our time a little bit and come back at, so 40 minutes would be 1 o'clock? Yeah, let's try 1 o'clock. All right, thank you. Okay, we're now reconvening the meeting of February 6, 2024. County Council, can you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on anticipated litigation, deciding whether to initiate civil litigation, and the board took no reportable action.
Okay, we are adjourned to Tuesday, February 13th, 2024, right here in Santa Barbara.